Hey, Ryosaki, thank you for the 3 months. But you could, though. What, lay in bed for 17 hours straight? Yeah. Good idea. Anyways, let's play the game. Hey, nice try. Thank you for the 6 months. Weissman, thank you for the 71 months. There. Oh man, chat during the early days of a game, like an Ari game, is just... Yes, I have the world record, Orch has the record, Spicy has the record, Bach has the record, we all have the world record, man. Oh yeah, Hayes has the record too. The day 1 world record. Dude, I've had people coming in and being like, dude, the record's insane already. It's already 207 dist. Have you seen the run? It's like, bruh. No, I haven't seen the fucking 207 run of a guy on New Game Plus fucking dumping on the zombies on easy difficulty. Oh, God. No shop items? That sounds horrible, Hayes. Like, wait, what do you mean no shop items? Like, you didn't use Leon's box at all? It sounds miserable. Oh, okay, Hayes. That makes more sense. I'm not that worried about, like... I kind of want to just beat this difficulty first before I worry about trying to do everything super efficient. We're gonna need the shop stuff for the Insanity route. I'm pretty sure some people beat the difficulty on without the new game plus stuff though. I don't know. I honestly despise the fact that there's no new game plus for this game. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Hey, too nice. Thank you for the 32 months. What does your stream title mean if there's no new game plus? Well, there's only new game in this game. And there's still new game plus items. It's just there isn't like a clear distinction between new game and new game plus anymore. It's just awkward because some things, like for example, okay, There's 3 or 4 different guns that you can find as Leon on your first playthrough of the game. After you do your first playthrough of the game, those guns are gone from the game forever. Anytime you play the game again, those guns will be in the item box, and the item box will be available from the start of the game. Regardless, it doesn't fucking matter. And the thing is, there's no way to play the hardest difficulty without beating the game once, because when you beat the game, the fucking hardest difficulty unlocks. So therefore, like, you just... It's, I don't know. Just the way that this game is designed is fucking scuffed. Oh my god, why is she here? She's not supposed to be here. Also, the charms that you could pick up in the world are also just permanently on your character. Well, you don't have to delete your save every run. It's just the nature of the game. No, they're not going to change it. It's just how they design the game. Don't speedrun this category. Wow, chat is just full of the greatest takes right now. Amazing. Hey, Shakaron. No, Hayes. I'm honestly not too worried about like routing. I just kind of want to try to beat the difficulty first and foremost. This guy wakes up. Funny that they make her spawn there. I guess they just wanted you to go in the... Also, obviously using the infinite ribbon is kind of cheating, but like... I don't really care. I have no regrets. Why can't that monster enter the safe room? Because there's lights. Thing is, like, I want to grab that blood there, but I don't know if you can. There's a Mr. Raccoon there. I feel like this difficulty isn't that bad when you take your time, but when if you try to actually like do this difficulty fast, it's gonna be so like so incredibly fucking toxic. It's gonna be so incredibly insane. Well, you don't always get one shot by a zombie grab. If they grab you in the side, you don't get one shot. It wasn't a side grab. I don't know, did he have a steroid upgrade? Not really sure what to tell you. I don't know if I should make... I might make the knife and the ammo. I don't know though. I don't know if I should have made the knife because there's also going through this like vent is not fast. But if you go the other way, there's like 2 or 3 zombies that you have to get past each time. Seems kind of awful. The thing is, I was killing this guy with the hemolytic because I figured you're gonna have to come back through here twice. I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but it's what I was doing.
It's 2.
Thank you for the $10, too smooth. Yeah, this stream is like a one-time thing. I'm not gonna be streaming at this time of night all the time. I fell asleep early last night because I was really tired. Oh, yeah, I forgot I need to shoot this guy. The thing is, I don't know where you use the other lockpick. Also, can I make a Molotov? Oh, I can. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna make... Alright. I'm gonna make another Molotov. A locker before the processing room? Okay. The thing is, there's like this zombie right here, and I don't know. Like previously, I was using the hemolytic on him, but I'm not sure. Like I could just magnum him, maybe.
Oh, what the fuck? I'm gonna make a med injector. The smell.
Oh, right. When this opens, you get a fucking pouch. I didn't realize that last time. Well, at least I realized this time. That's nice. All right. I mean, I think we're gonna be good this time, chat, because we're gonna have. We'll have 2 Molotovs. Well, we'll have 3 Molotovs for the zombie section. We have enough scrap to make another knife if we want. We could also make an empty bottle. But I don't think it's worth making an empty bottle.
Fuck.
If anything, maybe we'll make more Magnum ammo. Third person makes the game easier. Not as Grace on this difficulty. In my opinion, come on. I forgot to grab, or wait, no, I did get, what am I doing? Everything's fine. I didn't grab the fucking... Wonder why that is, because Grace moves like her legs are fucking broken. You run faster in third person. You run faster in third person in combat, in like chase sequences. Yeah, I mean, you can, like, it might be slightly easier to dodge enemies in third person, like, because you can see what they're doing, but your movement control in third person is so fucking bad that it's, like, not worth it regardless. I like how everybody thinks, like, an FBI agent needs to be some, like, cold-blooded killer, like... Just because you're FBI doesn't mean you're like a fucking Giga Chad. I'm just gonna go this way because it's easier, but in the speedrun I feel like you're gonna want to go the other way because, well, I mean, I don't know, it's hard to say. It's just this like crawling through this tunnel is pretty slow. I don't have any bottles, my man. I wasn't supposed to turn this yet. No, I wonder though, can you... I wonder if you can move this thing before the zombie wakes up. Like, if you go straight for it, maybe you can. Not sure. Dude, these fucking zombies are so troll. I think you can also, like, crouch through this, yeah. See, I wonder... Do you actually even need to turn this lever? If you crouch, what if you can just skip through it? Probably not. Guys? You got out of bounds. Damn, that's actually crazy. I wonder if there's gonna be some kind of strat here. Obviously, I'm stuck, but like... I'm not even on 30 FPS. Damn, what the fuck? Dude, I thought I was just gonna be able to walk outside this wall. That would have been fucking sick. Alright, well, it seems like I'm stuck, guys. Should probably have somebody clip that. 30 FPS, I don't think is gonna do anything here, chat. Oh, you clipped it? Thanks. Let me take a look at this clip again. Yeah, the zombie grab pushed me out of bounds. That's interesting. I wonder if it's just those zombies, though. But maybe you could use the zombies in some way. Yeah, maybe Zeke. What's up, dude? Just routing in the mines. Yeah. I'm not too worried about routing right now. I just kind of want to finish a playthrough first. By the way, so did you route this area, Zeke? Like, is it realistic to go through this center door? I feel like there's so many fucking zombies. Wait, why is this guy here? Oh, I guess because I was sitting there for a little while. You're leaning towards going to the right? Yeah, I feel that. I don't know why the zombie is. When I was testing this yesterday, the zombie wasn't like I would just stand to the side of him and then he would miss like that. It's so weird how that works, but it somehow does. Do you have to kill this zombie that falls down here, Zeke? You know?
God, I really don't want to go in there.
Wow, it is surprisingly easy to do this. Oops. Strats? Yeah, strats for soft locking yourself. If only the zombie could grab us again here and actually take us, like, out of bounds. I don't think they're scripted to grab you here. Alright, well, let's just kill... It's not... Zeke, are you still here? Zeke is already gone back to the mines. Okay. Seems like you need to kill this zombie. Wanted to check. Hey, Narakath.
Stay calm, Grace.
Wait, you guys said that there was a locker, like a lockpick thing. Is it back there in this area? Where is it? Oh, fuck, okay. I'm gonna reload. Kinda wanna grab that. Unless it's like not worth grabbing or it's like dangerous to grab. Right after the forklift, okay. Ocean, thank you for the 20 months. Oh, on the left.
God, I really don't want to go in there. Ugh.
Bro. I don't have the Magnum ammo recipe. Bro, did you not just see me literally craft Magnum ammo? Oh my god! Just woke up. It's fine. It's just...
Stay calm, Grace.
It's all good. All right. I mean, we're in good shape right now. We have 2 Magnum shots. We have 3 Molotovs. I don't know if making Molotovs. This part in the speedrun is probably going to be so toxic.
Processing will now begin.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Like, I like how you just shoot them and just nothing nothing, like, dude, 7 shots to stagger? We use the injector. Isn't there more bodies? Bro. Didn't stagger them?
Processing is almost complete.
I mean,
Processing complete.
that was fine, I guess. I don't know. We lost a lot of health though. I don't know if I should breach it. Ah, fuck it. I'll retry. That didn't seem too bad. I mean, we have 3 Molotovs, so.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
I know focus shots. I mean, it takes like 3 seconds to do a focus shot.
No, no!
Could line up a good Magnum shot. Yeah, maybe.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Which is the one that wakes up? This guy? This guy. Oh my god.
Processing is almost complete. Processing complete.
What? Oh, that's cool. I guess this part's on a timer. You don't even have to kill everybody necessarily.
What?
Fluid drainage complete.
I wonder if they could like not grab you if you're... Once you get... Okay. I was curious if it like instantly sucked you in or not. Because you could... There's like certain positions where the zombies can't grab you.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
The thing is, if you crouch, you like... I assume I'm gonna get grabbed.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Whoa. Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Ouch will keep them from insta aggro. Yeah, maybe. Why did that stagger in 2 shots? Oh, come on, man. I'm
Processing
fucked.
is almost complete. Processing complete.
Like, dude, fuck off. Like, the moment I go to throw the fucking Molotov, bro is on my ass.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank
Takes like
God.
4 seconds to throw the fucking thing.
Last one.
Alright,
Leave
whatever,
the
man.
family and get out of this place. Oh, I got in my mouth.
Which is the biggest blood? That is not what I wanted to make. Well, I guess we saved ourselves some blood. Not that we needed to. Could have had 2 med injectors. Forgot that the fucking green is the one that's, like, highest priority. Dude, I kind of want... Alright, whatever. I'm gonna reload. Fuck it. I don't care. I want 2 med injectors, not just 1.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Whoa. Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Honestly, this part doesn't seem too bad if you shoot them in the head. This guy's probably gonna grab me. Now I'm instantly dead because I can't even knife him. Honestly, dude, I don't even think you need Molotovs for this part. Need to shoot them as they're on the ground.
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
See, like, why is he not staggered, though? I guess it's, like, continuous damage or something. I don't know. It's weird that, like... Because if you hit continuous headshots, it seems like they stagger in 4 shots.
Fluid drainage complete.
But, like, if you miss a headshot,
Processing will
then...
now begin.
I don't know.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Bro, like, why is it taking so many fucking shots?
Processing is almost complete.
Dude, it's like I can't fucking kick them because I die. But if I don't kick them, then they don't die. So what the fuck do I do, dude? It's so fucking troll.
What?
Fluid drainage complete. Processing will now begin.
Processing. Shit, no! No, no!
Processing is almost complete.
Okay. 1 Molotov, no damage.
Processing complete.
It stopped. It finally stopped. Thank God.
That was good. Oh wait, whoops. This is not where I'm supposed to go. Well, the thing is, no, they don't stagger with one leg shot. It takes 2 leg shots to stagger them, but the problem is the stagger animation only lasts for like 2 seconds.
Not a free Emily and get out of this place.
So if you shoot them in the leg, unless they're right, and the problem is sometimes when you shoot them in the leg, they stagger forward. So sometimes, you know, they're walking towards you. They're right next to the grinder, but you shoot them in the leg twice, and then they stumble forward away from it, and then it doesn't even do anything.
Oh, I got in my mouth.
And in the speedrun, I assume you would not grab any of this blood, probably, but I'm just gonna grab it, because we're not speedrunning here. I just want to finish the game on this difficulty first and foremost. Yeah, a bunch of people have finished this difficulty. It's not like it's fucking unbeatable or anything. I have a feeling the early routes for this game are going to be very, like, safe. Like, you're going to grab a lot of stuff you probably don't need. We have 3 med injectors right now. Wait, do you even have to go through... Oh no, you do have to go through the blood chute. Okay. I'm gonna make a save. No one found a skip? I actually found an out of bounds at the start of the stream. It's not useful, but it is an out of bounds. I'm done. I guess reloading here changed the AI. Yeah, I got out of bounds getting grabbed by the zombies in on the hooks, like these zombies in this section up here. Excuse me? You stay to the right of her when she drops, you won't get hit. I don't know if I should try to go through the tunnel or if I should try to go in here. The thing is, she's like blocking this pathway, right? Oh wait, I can't go this way anyways. I'm stupid. Yeah, you can't just like go one way in and out one way a different way. Why is this guy... Why did he move further forward this time? Oh, I guess it's like a thing, like when you get close enough to him, he like stops moving. Can you just put the battery back in to make her leave? It's a good question. Seems good. Wait a sec. This isn't... Dude, where am I going? This isn't even where I need to go. Oops. That's fine. Crazy that just that, like, that dodge is so jank, but it works. You have all three, I know, but I went the wrong way, and I was gonna have to run past, like, 2 or 3 zombies. Up, Archer.
Hold on tight. I'm scared.
Where am I going? Where am I even facing when this cut? Am I supposed to turn around when the fucking fight, when the cutscene starts there? Or did I just miss the left turn? I was looking at the... I thought it was further up on the left. Couldn't tell I couldn't tell where I was. Oops. Yeah, I mean, I know I'm not supposed to deal with the zombies. I just... I done fucked up. It's okay, chat. I think this difficulty will be harder than Voss. I think it's gonna be more RNG than Voss, especially at a high level. I think the early runs for this are gonna be very like safe, and you're gonna probably grab a fair amount of stuff that you don't need. Oops. I was just not paying attention at all. I don't know, because as far as I can tell, zombie positions are... some of the zombies are RNG. I don't think it's a reset if you don't get the triple kill with the Magnum, but yeah, it's not good. Well, yeah, some areas are on a cycle. Bro, why is this zombie right here this time? Kill him. He's gonna fuck me here.
Hold on tight.
Bro, oh my god, I just looked to the fucking left. I'm sorry for looking. Jesus Christ. One bite insta-dead. If they grab you from the back, yes. If they grab you from the side, you get a side grab animation, which does not kill you. And if they grab you from the front, then you can stab them if you have a knife and prevent yourself from dying. I wonder why this zombie was in the room last time. I wonder, maybe I got close enough to him to like aggro him and he walked into this room. I think that's what happened.
Hold on tight.
I'm scared. Why is it so loud?
It's gonna be okay. Just don't let go. Come on. Come on. It's just spinning you down.
Grace?
Are you hurt?
I'm okay.
That's good. Good, Emily.
What's going on?
I think you need to shoot her here. you know, or do you? No?
Oh, we gotta get out of here. Hurry!
Oh.
Let's play.
Did I figure out what to do with the amputated arm? No. Apparently there's some like giant Easter egg or like secret in the game that people haven't figured out. Or maybe they figured it out by this point because it's been like 12 hours, but
You okay? Yeah. Yeah. How about you? You okay?
I think it's tied to the challenge, right? That says like
Here, I kept
unite
this
the
safe for
two
you.
pairs, or what does it say?
Thank you.
I like how one guy says it's been figured out and then other people say it's been unsolved. Let the pair hear the sweet voice. Ah, yeah.
Let's go. Hey, Emily. Do you maybe want to leave with me? It's not safe up here.
We have so many heals right now.
Good.
I don't know if I should make a save.
That's good. Finally,
No blood insanity run.
we made it. We did it.
Sounds horrible.
Emily? Are you alright?
Alright, it's time for one of the worst parts of the game.
Emily?
I don't know.
Well, let's just... We need to keep moving, okay? Emily?
Okay.
Worst part how? It's just so boring. It's just like an auto scroller. Sorry, not this part, but I guess we're not quite there yet. The part where you're just like fucking sniping as Leon.
Stay right there.
Hey, it's okay. We're not infected.
So you're normal?
I think so.
Thank fuck. Those things still running around?
Who are you?
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm tired.
That your kid?
What's...
This? Old war wound. I can't run away even if I wanted to.
Can you fly this?
Sure can. My bastard boss took the key. You know, I could fly us all out of here. If you go get it for me.
I'll get the key. Thanks, man.
Please, just let it be in here. What?
Dude, we have 3 knives. Maybe that's a bit too much.
What the hell?
Oh man, this part's probably gonna be kind of cursed, no?
Found you.
Locked. Am I forgetting something? Oh, right, you have to unlock the door.
Yes, Zeno, that's correct. All tests have come back positive. I can confirm that she is indeed the one that we've been searching for. If all goes as planned, Elpis will soon be in our hands. Of course. But first, I must initiate the protocol.
There's no way bro wouldn't see us right now. Just our head peeking over the fucking ledge. What's up, Yuri?
I've done it. I've done it.
The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff to be evacuated. The self-destruct protocol has been initiated. All staff to be
I feel like the first part of Insanity is like the hardest part.
evacuated. All staff please evacuate.
least that's what it seems like.
Protocol has been initiated. Unlocking disposal tanks. All personnel restore
Oh, shit, shit, shit!
I don't like the first part so much he kept replaying it. I heard he was playing Grace in third person, which is his first mistake. I didn't realize there was a zombie here. I guess we could shoot him in the leg, or maybe we could use the hemolytic injector on him.
Shit, shit!
That works, I guess. He did not stagger to 2 shots, Ryut, unless you meant in the head. Fucking forgot about that thing.
Why does this shit keep happening?
Yeah, it seems like you can get hit by it, but I guess it did a little bit of damage. So we're not completely full HP.
Okay.
Oh, what the? Bro!
Oh, shit, shit, shit!
No, you got autosaves. Not very often, but I guess you get one there. Oh. It didn't even do that much damage. I guess it's just the grabs. I'm surprised. I'm surprised that didn't instantly fucking kill me. Does this thing spawn in front of where you're... No. It's a set spot.
shit keep happening? Oh, I made it. Okay. I'm coming, Emily. Oh.
This cutscene is so stupid.
You get it?
Yeah.
Good.
Oh my god.
What the fuck did you do?
Grace? Grace, what's happening?
It's okay, Emily. I'm here. Emily, it's gonna get a little bumpy. I'm right next to you.
No, lady, I'm gonna need you up front.
No, it's okay. I'm all right.
Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, there are so many of them.
Strap in.
Oh, come on!
What's it look like I'm doing? No shit! Hold tight, I'm taking off!
I feel like if the helicopter blades hit a zombie, they would just fucking crash right then and there.
Get off me! Get the fuck off me!
Emily, are you okay? Oh, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, the second we got in the helicopter, I like, before we even got in the helicopter, I was just thinking to myself, well, this thing's gonna crash. There's no world where they escape with the
Grace.
fucking random guy.
What's she got to do with this?
Hey, Bait, thank you for the Prime sub.
Hello, gorgeous.
Hey, Shan, thank you for the 27 months. Alkbot, thank you for the Prime sub.
Shit.
That girl just can't stay out of trouble.
Alright, sorry, I was...
Sherry, Grace is still here.
She's fine, Chad.
Yeah. Found some files on Victor's computer. She's connected to this somehow.
Fuck, we don't have a scope.
Is she okay?
No. I've got a cover.
I have a decent amount of money here. I'm not sure what we should get, though. does come with the weapon. You just have to equip it. How much ammo do I have? I feel like we should buy shoddy and rifle ammo. How many heals do we have? 1. I guess we just get power for the rifle. I don't know if we should get like an SMG. Do I have SMG ammo? I'm not sure if the game gives you SMG ammo if you don't. Oh, I do have 20. It's not very much. I guess we just hold off and we just stick with the sniper and the shoddy. We just save for another power tune-up on those, I guess. I don't think the rifle or the SMG is going to be that great anyways. I think the silencer... Wait, is the silencer... Was the silencer 9 an NG plus weapon? I can't... I wish it, like... Like, there was some sort of... No? Okay. That's the alligator snapper. The Styria is insane with precision upgrade and damage up. Yeah, I mean, it does shoot really fast. Ah, fuck it. We'll try it. Hey, wasn't there rifle ammo back here? Oh my god, I'm trash. I don't know why I hesitate, man. Just take the shot. The scope sensitivity is like, I don't know, like it does not feel smooth though. I'm not gonna lie. Still playing on controller. Shut the. There's a fucking zombie here. I'm restarting. I don't even care. This is embarrassing. Wait. Fuck, I don't have the... Oh, it fucking auto-saved before I picked up the ammo. I wish that there was, like, a separate sensitivity for the... Like, I don't know what it is, but the rifles... The rifles feel... Maybe it's just a me thing. I mean, maybe not using the scopes is good. Well, no, it's not weapon sway. It's just it's like too sensitive. But like the rifle feels, or the like aiming feels good with the other guns. But maybe I just need to turn my sensitivity down. It's just really hard for me to make like micro, like I have. It's just so sensitive.
Must be time for you.
Dude,
to
is there a?
this.
I guess that's what you're supposed to do. Do I? Oh yeah, I guess I used a lot of shoddy ammo there.
Grace.
Oh my god, I'm so bad. Can I get a double? Oh, I can. Hey, that made up for it. Oh shit, there's another one. Can you only use the rifle here? Not particularly happy with how that went, but it's okay. I mean, we lost, I don't know, we probably lost like 3 or 4 ammo. Oh, there's more here.
All right. Excuse me.
Yeah, I don't know. It didn't seem like the pistol was even hitting the guy. You get a lot of points from this section, at least. God, I'm so bad. So bad. Let's see, what do these guys drop? Shoddy ammo. Handgun ammo. Turn off Excel. Excel doesn't actually do anything. Really? Excel doesn't do anything unless you're on controller, as far as I'm aware. Alright, well... Oh, wait, did that guy drop a med injector, or was that just already on the ground? At least this part, I gotta say, they made this part a little bit more interesting on Insanity. There's like the enemies that attack you while you're sniping, and at least it's not as much of like an auto-scroller on Insanity. I mean, it still is, but like, it's more interactive still. Bro! I guess, you know, you should have learned my lesson, but I didn't.
Stay with me.
Grace.
Leon!
Who is she?
Oh, this is Emily. Help me, I can't stop the bleeding.
Hey, look at me. You're gonna be okay. Yeah? Can't stay here. That should be the way to the water treatment plant. It's our way out. Let's go. They just don't give up. Take her. Get her safe. Go. Now. I'll keep our friends busy.
Man, this bro is tanky. Maybe I need to use the barrels. Nice throw, Leon. That was good. Let's just go straight into it. I think I'm dead. Bro, I hate that these fucking things are like scripted QTEs. It's so ass. What? Oh. Like, I can't throw it because he's not fucking close enough. And I'm dead. Like, bro. You can't throw it unless they're 2 feet away from you, but if they're 2 feet away from you, then you throw it past them. Nice fucking throw, Leon. Bruh. Dude, this is fucking... What the fuck, bro? Bro, oh my god, I hate these fucking things so much. Throw the axes at him? I mean, you gotta... I don't know what you gotta do, man.
We can mutate others.
tried to parry that. Nice. Guess I should have used my pistol. I don't know. I thought that I thought you can still just shoot it when it's on the ground, right? I thought my shotgun would have hit it there, but I guess his body just blocked all of it.
They can mutate others. Oh my god. They can mutate others.
Really?
Time to clear out the rest.
Hopefully I didn't miss any loot. I don't know, that section will probably be pretty cool in the speedrun once you've got like a really good strat for it. Assuming the enemies spawn consistently. If it's RNG, like I assume the enemies are consistent there, but if they're not, well, I don't know. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see, because that room's definitely gonna be a nightmare in the run, though, I think. Because I doubt you could get it. I doubt there's gonna be a strat that's like 100% consistent, just because the enemies move kind of randomly sometimes. Can you kill zombies on the ground before he mutates them? I don't know. It's the cabin all over again? Yeah, kind of. The cabin was honestly not that bad, though. I feel like this is gonna be way worse than the cabin. Doesn't it mutate them when you pop the blisters? Yeah. But the thing is, you have to kill the big guy. So, the enemies are gonna spawn regardless.
I can't let that thing hurt her. It's okay, Emily. Here. Rest here. There you go. I need to keep you safe.
Okay.
One shot pop every weak point. Yeah, but can you do that though? Like, oh, the game still get. I was wondering if it was gonna still give me 5 magnum ammo here or not. Like you can't one shot the. I know for a fact that you can't one shot once they turn. You might be able to one shot them as they're turning, because I've managed to kill them. Like I think they die faster if you shoot them as they're turning. Like before the head pops, they actually take, like, they have the reduced health of like a normal zombie. You don't know how to do the gun finishing move. Basically, you just have to aim. You have to shoot them with. You have to shoot them right as they're about to like attack you. I think it's like a parry, but the thing is, it doesn't. As far as I know, you won't get the gun executions unless the enemy is low HP, or like it. It seems like the gun animations happen if your gunshot would have killed them or is capable of killing them with the amount of health they have remaining, then it does the animation. Because with like the Magnum, you can kill, for example, when you play as Leon at the start of the game and there's the guy with the chainsaw, you can instantly kill him with like the Magnum counterattack. Like, he doesn't need to be low HP.
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance.
You can't tell how low they are? Yeah, for sure.
Why is it so stiff?
Okay. I just wanted to see, because I mean, I figured something like that would happen. On normal, I think on casual and normal, you can actually just, you have enough time.
Insufficient power. Reset the power.
I guess you can pre-molly her.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance.
So does she automatically spawn here?
Stiff. Stevek.
It seems like you could either... actually, hold on. I want to see. I don't know if it takes 2 mag shots or if I just shot her too early. It probably takes 2. There's a molly next to you. Oh, is there?
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution.
Yeah, I
units
guess
on
I'll
the
save.
lower
I'll
floor.
save the Magnum then.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance.
And run past her to the light after she jumps down. We have 4 heals right now. We have too much shit in our inventory, actually. Oh, there is a Molotov right here. I see.
Why is it so stiff?
I guess I missed her with it. I think I needed to throw it higher, I guess. It probably needs to be like a direct hit or something. Magnum is better than Molly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, the thing is it better to have the Magnum for the Magnum ammo for later or the Molotov? Like, the Molotovs could be really useful against the liquors, maybe. You can always make more Molotovs, though. Might as well use the Magnum. Oh yeah, because it goes back to Leon anyways, right? Does the ammo that you had, but does the ammo you had on the Magnum go back to Leon? Then it's probably better to leave it for Leon. Just use the Molotov.
Why is it so stiff?
Are you sure that a Molotov works here? Well, I don't know. I don't know, the guy in chat made it seem like the Molotov was I thought he knew that it worked, but I guess he was just saying it.
Reset the power distribution.
Doesn't seem like it
units on the
works.
lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance. Why is it so stiff? Stevac.
I mean, you could do one Molotov and one Magnum, I guess.
Two to go.
Are you sure the Molotov hit? Bro, yeah. Pretty sure it hit. I mean, normally it takes 2 Magnum shots to hit her, to stun her, and it only took 1. So...
No lever.
This is the one with the missing lever.
There has to be one somewhere.
Wait, do you go back? I'm not sure what the order you're supposed to do this is, because... What's in this room over here? Maybe I crit? Or maybe the Molotov just did damage, and I hit her with it. What? Oh, right. This is scripted. Can I just...
What the fuck?
I mean, I could do it right now, but if we have to go back anyways... Bruh. Had to turn on the light? Well, I can't turn on... Or wait, what light? What do you mean? The spotlight? I see.
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance.
Is that like a longer fall than... Like, doesn't let you pick up items when you fall initially. I mean, the thing is, Leon doesn't get the Molotovs, so we might as well use the Molotovs here.
Why is it so stiff? Stevac.
You didn't use the light? Well, did you play Insanity difficulty, or are you talking about your experience in normal? Because your experience in normal isn't really relevant here because everything is different.
Two to go.
Insanity? Wait, so which one are you saying you instantly turned? Because the thing, like, if I go over here right away, she's not spawned. So I probably can... No, she still spawns.
Wait a minute, stop.
Yes, I know there's a light right there, chat. I'm fucking trying to understand what the guy in chat is talking about. Jesus Christ, I know.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance. Wait, what lever are you saying you can instantly pull? Because there's no way that I can pull this. There's no way that I can pull that other one instantly. No fucking shot. She's like literally right next to me. I'll try.
Why is it so stiff? Stay back.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't take long to pull the lever. Bro. Doesn't take long to pull the lever, so I guess you're right with the second one. I don't know. Let's try it.
What the fuck?
And wait, how do I do, what do you mean? How do I do this? How do I do it instantly? Not this lever. Bro, what do you mean, the other one? Oh my fucking god, am I just being infinitely trolled right now? How, dude, there's a fucking invis wall. How am I supposed to do the other one? Okay, all right, I'll try. Maybe I messed up. I don't know.
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance. You have to turn on the spotlight?
Why is it so stiff? Stay back.
Yeah, but okay, I know what you're talking about, Azruka, but when I tried it last time, there was an invis wall blocking me.
To the go.
She hit me this time, but it didn't do as much damage. I don't know. I'll try it.
This hurts.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean,
Only one more.
bro, okay, I'm gonna grab the extra med. Yes, guys, I know about the light, for fuck's sakes. All right, I'll do the spotlight for you guys, okay? I know you want it so fucking badly. Jesus Christ.
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance. I know it's not this
Why
one.
is it so stiff?
I know. It was just grabbing the fucking heel.
Stevek. Two to go.
Just because I had to go pick up that extra. I forgot to pick up the Molotov, so I guess like she's not supposed to spawn there. I don't think.
Insufficient power. Reset the power distribution units on the lower floor.
Gotta get the power on. It's my only chance.
It's a random spawn. I mean, that was the very first time she spawned there. And coincidentally, it was also the time where I spent the most time. But yeah, I guess you know. You know. You know that it's random. Surely.
Why is it so stiff? Stevek.
What's up, Spicy? Yeah, it's kind of fucked. Bro. Okay, you guys need to see this shit. Dude, what the fuck? Wait, is it my monitor? That is so weird. Oh, it's fixed. Now, my monitor that I use for chat, there was one character in this guy's name. It was only one, it was Salubrious Grunt. One of the letters in his name was like fucking spazzing out on my screen. It's so weird.
Two to go.
I wonder what the fuck was going on. Yeah, I saw Spicy. Oh my god. Is this actually just random? I just want to try to beat the difficulty first, Spicy, before I try to start doing speed stuff. Also, I assume making save files in a bunch of spots is going to break the AI, potentially. I guess, like, just going to have to test. Or like the AI isn't going to be necessarily the way it would be in a run if you're making saves in like random spots.
Insufficient
Well, I don't know. I don't know. There's probably some places you can make a save and it's fine, but others where it isn't, I'm not really sure. Some of the sections in this run seem pretty brutal, not gonna lie. Like that, the room as Leon with the fat guy and all those enemies, like doing that room efficiently. I don't know. I'm sure it'll get figured out. Just a lot of, I feel like a lot of the sections. I feel like if you want to just finish a run, there's a bunch of safety strats you can do, but when this run actually gets optimized and you're trying to like,
Why is it so stiff?
I don't know, when you're trying to go like ultra fast, I feel like it's gonna be so toxic.
Steepek.
Dude, that's so annoying that she damages you if she hits you there. Like, then why does my character stops moving?
No lever.
Oops, what am I doing?
There has to be one somewhere.
Using nade to stun the big guys and melee him. Yeah, it's... Keep thinking this is me dying, but it's not.
What the fuck?
Dodge that grab. Actually, though, you move back in the room slightly. What, the scripted grab you can dodge or something? Now, is this on insanity? That I feel like I'm just gonna be stuck in this area for like every section's like, oh, you can do this, you can do that, and then I'm just fucking spending hours on each section. Saw Maxi do it? Okay. Alright, no, I mean, if it works, that's good. I will try it. Honestly, making a save after this part would be kind of nice, though. This is kind of a pain in the ass.
Stiff. Steepek.
Might mess up the AI. I mean, there's only one. I don't think it would mess it up.
Two to go.
Dude. Well, I guess it's because I was like, I guess you need to get in front of her.
Why won't it stop?
You don't think I need the Molly to stun her? I like how you're just saying these things when you don't know. We've literally tested it. It takes 2 Magnum shots to stun her, or 1 Molly and 1 Magnum. the fuck? My God, it worked.
Successfully restored.
They should open the hatch. I need to hurry.
Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. This part, gonna need to spend some more time on this part, figuring out how it works. I wonder, is there any other... Is there any other, like, ammo to pick up down here? I'm not gonna reset. I just want to beat this difficulty first, and then I can worry about actually routing. It's gonna be a while before people... I mean, I'm sure some people will start doing runs in like a few days, but... I don't know, there's so much stuff that needs to be tested. I feel like a lot of the early strats are gonna be really... like... There's gonna be a lot of like safety strats early on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's any other ammo over here. Oh, there's one there. I mean, I don't think, wait, where am I going? I don't think this difficulty will be too bad if you're doing like a lot of safety strats. Because I mean, you can avoid a lot of zombies by just like crouching, right? And just like waiting for them to move and stuff like that, but obviously that's not the
We're
fastest.
getting out of here. Get out of the fucking way. Come on. Open.
And shoot her to speed up her death. Yeah.
Finally.
I feel like we kind of want to keep the mag ammo.
Emily, it's me. Emily? Oh no! Wake up! Come on! Oh shit! Oh no! Oh, Emily! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
All right, sorry, I'm skipping the sad part.
Are you That's Emily! No, please stop, please! Please stop, please! Emily! I wanted to save her!
I didn't hit any of her vitals. Yeah.
Escape
Leon knows exactly where the vitals in this
This is all
giant
my
monster
fault.
are.
Again.
Look, I get it. Trust me, I get it. But we're still alive.
No, it's
We
fine
have
as
to keep
Raku.
going.
No.
Grace.
How do you defeat Chunk on insanity as Leon? Buy the sniper rifle.
Elpis is within reach, Grace. I'd like you to come with me.
Come with you.
Well, you feel lost, but you're not. You're exactly where you need to be.
I've been waiting for you, Grace.
Who are you?
Raccoon City. You're the reason for its destruction, but you're also the key to building a brave new world. You're the final piece. Let us show you your true purpose.
Give him aura for him to do nothing. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, checking in.
Good timing. Did you find anything on Elpis?
Not yet. Nothing on the servers at the CIA or the Pentagon.
Maybe we need a higher
How do
clearance.
you get infinite saves? It's like a bonus
And
item.
I was told to shut down the investigation.
What? Why?
They didn't say.
Orders from on high.
Look, we don't need you taking a hit for this. I'll just go it alone.
We're in this together.
Till the end. I've always been good at working in the shadows.
Just don't do anything too risky, yeah?
Me? Never.
I'm gonna find Grace. She definitely has something to do with Elpis.
All right. Planning to finish this run today? Yeah. We'll probably finish this run today and then do some, like, maybe we'll do a bit more routing. See. We'll see.
All the road's gone. Gonna have to find another way around.
All right. I'll leave that to you. I think I found a clue as to where they might be. Some coordinates on Victor's computer.
Got it, thanks.
Right in the center of Raccoon City.
Hey, Kukuya. So we have... Yeah, I think we got all the ammo from... I think we got all the mag ammo. I feel like the power increase for the Magnum is not... I mean, it doesn't look like it's that much. And these upgrades are expensive. They're both 18, right? Yeah. I mean, we have 8 bullets for the Magnum, but yeah, doesn't seem that substantial. How much did it cost, though? Oh, 9,000. We almost had enough. I mean, we could have done the SMG and the... I guess there's also the hatchet up power upgrade, too. Oh, we can enhance... I don't know if enhancing the pistol is a good idea. Body armor. Yeah, we should probably get body armor. I don't know. Jesus, dude. So tanky.
It's like time stopped.
Could have just been a normal city.
Yeah. Now it's nothing but ash and memories.
Why not the better pistol? I mean, the thing is, does the compensator work on all the pistols? Or is it only for this one? Yeah, they should have had a difficulty between this and normal, honestly, but... that's what it is. Oh yeah, this is where the charm is. Did I get the police shotgun? I don't think I did, so I might want to grab it on this run. I have the 990 TAC. I think I actually missed it. Wait, it's in this area, right? At like Kendo's shop or something? Or... oh, I did, but I... wait, which one is the... it's not this one, right? I think this... called Police something. I might have done it on console, but I don't think I got it on... I don't think I got it on PC. Oh, it's after RPD Station. Okay. Alright, well, we need to make sure to pick it up on this run, because I don't think I picked it up on my casual run. Trophies or secret hunting before speedrun? I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. Another thing that's scuffed though, chat, is like, I mean, there will probably be a tool to do this, but I don't, there's like some stuff that if you unlock it in the bonus shop, it technically makes your run not new game anymore. Because there's like permanent upgrades you can buy in the shop. So, I mean, I don't know. The new game is like so scuffed in this game. I hate that it's kind of like blended together with new game and new game plus. Well, there will probably be like a mod to just like unlock. You'll probably be able to just use like a cheat table or a trainer to unlock hardest difficulty, and so I could just like make a save. No, you can't toggle them off.
Oh shit.
Yeah, JP, I have that setting on now. You can just shoot the webs. Well, that's certainly a lot faster. Honestly, getting... Isn't this like scripted or something? He like throws me through the wall. This like movement tech is so cursed because if you're too close to the wall, it like doesn't work. Probably should just use the axe to save ammo. It's not like I'm actually doing a run. Honestly though, having the SM, well, maybe you would just you probably just shoot the webs with the pistol, I guess, but I wonder what guns you'll use in like the run. Oh my god, these guys actually do a lot of damage. What? The shotgun? Yeah. Well, yeah, because I was trying to do the strats that Zeke did on Chunk, but I didn't have that RPD gun, and it was like so bad. The charm. Yeah, we're gonna get the charm on this run. I just...
You're a real pest, you know that?
Or if you can, like, you could probably shoot his butt as he's coming down the wall.
So let's go.
Oh, okay, spicy.
Where are you?
Where'd he go? Alright, I can climb up here. Oh, there's gunpowder there. You have to unequip the dot sight. Well, I don't think I can. Oh, wait, do I not have the third person setting on for the dot sight? Where is that? No, I have it off. What the fuck? Is there any other explosive barrels? Maybe I should use the Magnum here. I don't know. I wonder if grenades can stun him.
Haven't you had enough? I don't know.
You can get a lot of damage in when he does that move. Oh, it's so hard to like, he moves so much. It's fucking crazy. She, he, whatever. I wonder how you're gonna do this fight, like, efficiently. Thought he was gonna maybe butt blast attack me again. I don't know, it's really hard to shoot the weak spot. Better to remove the scope, yeah, for sure. Oh god. I don't know, man. You don't have to shoot the weak spot? Yeah, but like, I barely have any ammo. Is there not a med injector in this fight somewhere? I guess we can craft a bit. I don't know if it's better to craft rifle or shoddy though. Nice. I mean, you can hit his butt when he does that at least. He's gonna fucking hit me again here though. Yeah, the grenade doesn't do fucking shit. It's kind of brutal, man, not having the fucking RPD shotgun. I guess we just need to hit it. Maybe we save the explosive barrels until we do more damage to it. Can we like get behind him at the start? Oh, I mean we.
You're a real pest, you know that? Guess I gotta squash.
We could try to nade him at the start.
You're a real pest, you know that? Guess I gotta squash you.
What? Dude, what?
You're a real pest, you know that? Guess I gotta squash you.
Yeah, I was Can you deflect his attacks? Let me try. It probably does a ton of damage. Honestly, dude, I keep forgetting that I can even fucking parry as Leon. Like, switching between Grace and Leon kind of fucks me up, because I'm just not... Like, you spend half the game not being able to parry. It just... I don't know. And it's like, it's silly, because I've played RE4 so much, but... Wait, you know what? Hold on, let me... Let's check the health. I'm kind of curious.
You're a real pest, you know that? You're a real pest, you know that?
I don't know if I'm missing the weak spot or not. I think I am.
You're a real pest, you know that? You're a real pest, you know that?
Bro, I cannot fucking hit it. Maybe I should get closer.
You're a real pest, you know that?
I can't fucking hit it. I feel like the bloom probably isn't helping me. Okay, yeah, see, that hit the butt. That did 504 damage. How much do the grenades do? Not that much. I feel like you just need to maximize damage when you throw this thing. She's gonna run there.
You're a real pest, you know that? You're a real pest, you know that?
That did less damage that time.
I guess I gotta squash you. You're a real pest, you know that? I guess I gotta squash you.
Good shot. And yeah, this thing does not have that much health. It's almost... Unless it has 2 phases of health.
You're a real pest.
Maybe it does. -2, yeah. Honestly, I think I need to turn down my sensitivity.
I gotta squash you.
Oh, what the?
Where are you?
I wouldn't be surprised if you can, like, one-cycle this guy. I bet you can. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Dude, these fucking barrels are so ass. It's actually insane how bad they are. Like, why can you not just pick them up and throw them yourself? Like, what the fuck were they thinking with this shit? Why did they have to make it like a scripted QTE?
You're a real pest, you know that? I guess I gotta squash you.
I'm curious, like if you shoot him enough with the pistol, he gets staggered, but maybe it's because of the magnum shot.
Pest, you know that.
Did that not hit his butt? Yeah, you get iframes when you throw it.
You're a real pest, you know that. Guess I gotta squash it.
Oh my god. See, I don't want to get hit twice there, though. Oh. Holy the Parkinson's. Shut the fuck up, dude. I'm turning down my sensitivity. I'm turning it down. I feel like it's just too fast, man. I wish that there was like a separate sensitivity for... Or no, wait, there is while aiming. Right. That's what I need to turn down. I wish there was a thing that is there. No, camera acceleration doesn't do anything.
You're a real pest, you know that. Guess I gotta squash you.
Dude, what is... I don't know. What the fuck are these barrels, bro?
You're a real pest, you know that.
How is that not a butt hit?
I guess I gotta squash you.
This cannot be real, dude.
Haven't you had enough? I don't have time for pest control. Where are you?
Probably get a shot on him there. How do I miss the... Bro. How do I miss those shots? That's crazy. Like missing a giant fucking target in front of me somehow. I don't know if we picked up all the ammo there, though. Alright, well, this fight, I'm pretty sure, like, optimally, you're definitely gonna kill him in one barrel. I think. I mean, I don't know, the barrel does, like, 2,000 damage, though, so maybe it's worth using both, but In the speedrun, you probably just can kill him in one barrel, I assume. If you do everything right. If the barrel works. Yeah. Dude, that is fucked up that the barrel can explode on you. Because I thought it gave you iframes. Like, why is that even fucking possible? Or maybe just the, like... Get him down to 2k HP on the first barrel and finish off on the second. Yeah, but I wouldn't be surprised. Because apparently the other shotgun is even stronger. And you can get, like, put a charm on it or something. So... with the other shotgun and, like, optimizing all of your shots perfectly, I reckon you can kill that guy in one barrel. I mean, that would definitely be the fastest, but maybe you need to loot the arena for ammo or something. Possibly. I don't know. Yeah, the kendo shotgun. We need to pick up the kendo shotgun on this run.
Okay, Sherry. I've hit the barricade. Looks like someone else was here first, and they were planning on busting their way in. No way around?
The Army Corps of Engineers erected it to seal the city. It goes on for miles.
Guess the only way in is through then.
Well, there's like an exclusive knife on this difficulty.
Now, whose camp is this?
So we need to make sure the charm is here, right? It's in container 4, I think chat was saying. I mean, we could get the Silencer 9 instead, but it doesn't feel like the power is that much better. It's about the same. Because we have the compensator on the Snapper. You do get a lot of ammo in this part, at least, from all the boxes. Yeah, I fell asleep really early last night, so bit of a cursed stream today.
Strange.
Bit of an early stream, I guess I should say. Where's this gun guy? Bro, what even just hit me? This one fucking flying.
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
Dude, I can't remember. How do you get up here? Oh, it's... Did he just shoot me? How's a grenade here? Killed one of them.
Here.
Shotgun is so good just for knocking them down. I like how he can just shoot me through the fucking wall. That's cool, man.
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
You run to the spot where they all spawn. Just under the ladder you drop with one grenade. You can kill 8 zombies. Is that on insanity or normal, though? But I mean, that sounds good, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there are holes in the cage, but I feel like if I try to shoot through that, it's not gonna work.
Damn it.
What, you're saying if I go up on this barrel and throw a grenade, or what? What are you saying? On normal? Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna work. The grenade isn't gonna kill 8 zombies. I can tell you that much.
Where are all the bodies?
Okay, yeah. Okay. Does this guy spawn in, like, is he already there? Can I shoot him initially? I don't...
Strange. Where are all the bodies?
They should be pretty low HP. there any other ammo down here? And I feel like the ammo situation on, like, in the speedrun, I feel like you're gonna have to pick up so much ammo. You're definitely not gonna be able to skip. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like you're gonna have to pick up a lot of stuff. Doesn't seem too bad. No, it doesn't cost anything to sharpen the axe. Cost time? Well, no, you can sharpen while moving full speed. I mean, it costs time if you're in combat, I guess.
Bad news, Sherry. This place is overrun with zombies.
What? That's impossible. They should have all been wiped out by the missile.
Yeah, they should have. should be a part for the detonator somewhere around here. Sherry, found the distributor. 2 more parts and I can jerry-rig the detonator for that gate.
Great. Can you see any more from your position?
Another BSAA camp. That should have the signal receiver. Relays over there, huh? That should be a fun trip.
How would I rate the game? It's good.
Got the location for those parts. Going to collect them now.
Why is it always 3?
Look into the BSAA.
Because it's the rule of 3, bro. That's the game design rule. To get some power, more power for the SMG. I guess we get more power on the pistol as well. Yeah, the dot sight is much better when it's much better when you have the other setting on. How do you change the aiming mode? It's just in the settings under under controls, dot sights perspective. Oh, there's mag ammo there. That's nice. And we have like no shotgun ammo at all. It's crazy. You only get to make 3 bullets at once, which is not great. Okay. So I got to. Bro, look at that movement. Holy shit. These enemies are fucking bullshit. Feels like you need shotgun for them. Rifle to the head works for you. Sure it does on normal. I don't know. I tried using the rifle on them before, and it took I'm pretty sure it took 4 shots to knock them down. That's... Yeah, I don't have that charm. I'm gonna get it on this run, though. Dude, fuck off, man. So bullshit. What did you expect? I don't know, not to get frame trapped by throwing a fucking object. I feel like that fight went really well, too. It's a shame. Oh. Guess we don't even have to kill the guy. Probably shouldn't, actually. I wasted so much rifle ammo, though. SMG takes him out really fast. I love when people like, does it take him out fast on insanity? Because I don't have 200 SMG ammo. This is the thing about the fucking difficulties on RE is like, you're just gonna constantly get somebody saying like, oh, this works, this worked for me on normal. I mean, I don't think there's any point in killing... I don't think there's any point in even killing that guy if you don't have to. But I'm not particularly happy that I wasted so much rifle ammo. Well, whatever. We'll be fine. Surely. I was half expecting him to hit me. Oh. And you can stealth kill a lot of these guys, at least. Hard to see. Nice.
Here.
Oh, all I have is... What is that swing, bro? Oh my god, it does a double hit. Dude, I don't know if it's worth killing these guys, honestly. I should probably just run through. I don't know though, there's like ammo in some of the containers, but...
Fuck.
Oh look, shooting him in the head doesn't fucking work. Go figure. These enemies are such fucking bullshit. Like, it's so bullshit, bro. Oh, another case of chat just trolling the fuck out of me.
Dude, I'm on insanity. I shot him 2 times in the head with the sniper. And he fucking goes down.
Yeah, bullshit, bro. Seems like you can stealth most of this, though. Wait, was this not the one with the... Oh, it's this one. Oh, there's a crate here, too. This crate has a lot of stuff. All right. Why, dude? Maybe I can lose them. I kite around. Could use the throwables to kill them, I guess. Where's this guy? Is there anything in here after you blow this up? Isn't there one more truck that you can open somewhere? Oh, there's a heal here. Oh wait, hand grenade. Well, that's still nice. All right. We have a lot of SMG ammo. Good. Get a Leon game without Ada. Yeah, they gotta save Ada for Resident Evil 10.
Encountered 3 infected and eliminated them. That's correct, sir. Do we proceed?
So the rumors were true? What rumors? The missile wasn't just about stopping the spread. Don't be ridiculous.
Affirmative. Listen up. Our objective hasn't changed. We rendezvous with the advanced party in the center of Raccoon City, then head for Ark. Our mission is to retrieve Elpis. Move out!
Man down! The car's caught! Jesus, fuck!
Where is he? I'm fucking blind here!
Oh, God! Oh, my fucking leg! Get cover! Get cover! Please help me! Holy shit!
I thought I had a short fuse.
What are we doing here?
All in good time.
It's a shame that we didn't get to fight Xeno. I mean, I guess he's like... He's too strong for us. We need the Elpis. All right. So, okay, wait. How do we get to container?
Your way, Sherry.
One of the containers has the sniper charm, right?
The guy at the end.
Yeah, hold on. The database is coming up empty.
So there are ghosts involved with Elpis, too.
Container 4, where... Wait, so where is that? Is that after I get the gas? We can't even get more damage anymore. Get ammo cap. Wait, does ammo cap refill the gun? Let me make a save. I guess we can test. Oh yeah, it does. Interesting. I guess that is probably going to be how this, like, the speedrun is going to rely on the ammo cap upgrades, presumably. Oh, it auto-saved after I... Okay, what? nothing in here. No, I haven't been keeping up with the puzzle stuff. I mean, I've heard about it though. So how do you get... I think there's a container all the way at the end here, right? .30 ammo. Oh, right, it's a machine gun. Inventory is so full. I feel like shotgun is just the most valuable because it knocks down enemies. Just so strong. Yeah, the thing is, you're going to have the item box no matter what, because you have to beat the game to unlock Insanity, and if you beat the game, then Leon automatically gets the upgrade box on subsequent playthroughs. There's no way to not have the item box. Guess we'll go this way first. Oh, right. This is the shortcut. No, there's no New Game Plus. It's like a weird hybrid where it's like kind of New Game Plus, but not really. Didn't sleep? No, I slept fine. I just woke up late. Or I went to bed early. Wow, okay. Guess you can't hide behind that. Maybe I can knock this guy on the ground. I have so much SMG. Wall is broke. I think they fucked up the collision there or something on that wall. Like, look at that. It's like it's treating it as like collision. I wonder, it's not possible to shoot that. Oh, shit! So you could actually get that box the first time you're here. I mean, it's only 5,000, but maybe that's useful. I don't know.
Park should be just up here.
Is there anything I can throw away that I don't need anymore? Guess we'll just have 2 of the stacked grenades. Oh yeah, there's a Mr. Raccoon here. Yo, Sequisha! Thank you so much for the raid, man. Did he finish? Did he finish this difficulty? I saw he was trying it. Oh, there's a stacked grenade there. We got 3 of them now. What?
Damn it. Phew.
At this point, gotcha. How have you been enjoying it? The gray sections are so brutal. At least those guys still die in one shot. Dude, that, like, they just do not get stunned. Oh. Crazy, man. Yeah, welcome everybody. Thanks again for the raid, Squisha. Did I really hit the railing? I got a collateral. All right. I think I can get an angle on him from here. Bro. Maybe I should just be trying to bait those guys to get shot by the mortar. I feel like I could bait these guys to get shot by the mortar, maybe. The mortar does barely any damage to them, are you sure? I mean, it just one-shot that guy in front of me, or is that like a scripted death or something? Scripted? Yeah, maybe. Alright, let's... It's missed twice. Bro, this railing right in front of him is so annoying. Doesn't fire unless I get close enough. And pistol the first dude, what, the mortar guy? There no ammo back here? I guess I could pistol that guy too, like I don't have to rifle them. I guess they just have 1 health. Oh my god, I'm so fucking bad. Yeah, he's 1 shot away, but... I don't know. Did the mortar hit me, I guess? Right. Use the pistol. Can you turn camera shake off? I don't know. You can turn off camera wobble, which I should probably do. just one shot. Man, I don't know how to fucking approach this, dude. And apparently I guess the pistol doesn't one-shot that guy. Can use one of those weapons to kill a group of enemies. I don't think I can. Can I? I don't think you can get to the first two. It's like insane. You just keep fucking shooting and just nothing like they just keep moving towards you, dude. I hate everything. It's just insane, dude. Like, the movement of the zombies can be so, like, you think you're on their head and then they just tilt their head slightly to the side. Oh my god, he went for a double spray. And then the mortar hits me there? Bro, come on, dude. Everything is fine. Nice. This is so fucking toxic. Yeah, okay. I guess he's just like I can't left-hand peek in this game, dude. So I'm just at such a fucking disadvantage there. The double. Why didn't I buy the armor? Because I wanted guns that did good damage. Bro, like, how are you not dead? How are you not dead? Dude, it's insane. He, like, what the fuck, dude? You can left side peek. Can you change the side that you peek from? Because I don't think you can. Leon is right-handed. Wait, what the fuck? You actually can't. Only if you're standing completely still. But I guess it doesn't work with the rifle. Oh, wait, no, it does, but it... That is... Oh. Yeah, I learned. I feel like if I blow up that guy there, that would do a lot, but maybe I should throw a grenade. And use the mortar. Like, look at, dude, the fucking movement of these zombies. Like, you guys are all, you know, you love to say Pepega aim or whatever, but bro, look at how they fucking move. Like, I don't know, man. It's still so janky. I'm not saying they're supposed to stand still. I'm just saying it's... People act like it's so fucking easy to shoot these guys when they're fucking flopping all over the place. Like, it's just so hard to predict their movements. So you guys telling me I can use this mortar? Alright. Easy. God, dude, this part in the speedrun is gonna be so fucked. Or maybe it's not, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. Maybe like a well-thrown grenade or something can work, but... Yeah, Zeke. I don't blame you. It's painfully slow, yeah. I feel like finishing an okay run of this difficulty probably won't be that bad, because there's so many safe strats that you can do, but like when this run gets to like a high level and you're trying to go for all the time saves, like, you know, in the Grace section going through the tunnel with all the zombies, and, you know, on this section skipping like the mortar, just isn't that most speedruns? Well, not necessarily. Some things are just inherently bullshit regardless of what you do. Can I mortar these guys? Are you still here, by the way, Zeke? Yeah, we have a lot of credits. Oh, I forgot to grab this heal. Bro, Zeke shows up for like 1 minute and then he's gone again.
Sherry, got the signal receiver.
You shoot the building for ammo.
By the way, I found some evidence of the Pentagon putting pressure on the BS say. It appears the North American branch has been moving independently.
Heard they had an internal dispute. Think it's related?
That's all I've got. There's
It's like me and Boxstream. Yeah, I'm guilty of doing the same thing sometimes, so it's fair.
Some things never change. Watch your back. I'll contact you again soon.
You have so much. Like, the thing is, if you get all the Mr. Raccoons, then you also get a third level of upgrade for the weapons, which, again, like, is that new game? Is that considered new game plus? Like, I don't know. The whole defining what is like new game and what is new game plus, and this is kind of difficult. Cost 20,000. There's no, if only there was an ammo capacity upgrade for this thing. I wonder if you could get this guy to, like... Because if he climbs up... Am I skipping the raccoons? No. I have the map that shows all the raccoons. It's... I don't think there's one here, man. Unless it's only in certain parts of the game. One on the bus? Hmm. The new weapons should be allowed.
Gotta fill this up.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I kind of hate how they set up like New Game and New Game Plus in this. It's just kind of scuffed.
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Bro! I'm on fire for 10 fucking years. About time to be on fire for 10 years. Any fucking day now! I'm gonna upgrade my ammo capacity on my guns. Any reason why I opted not to chainsaw? I just assumed chainsawing him would take fucking forever.
All right.
Nothing else over here, right? Chainsaw killed him in 15 seconds. On insanity or on normal? Because on normal, I'm pretty sure I used the chainsaw on him and he parried. It was like, took fucking forever. Also, I'm pretty sure that guy's gonna one-shot me. Am I tired of asking that question? No, I love it. I mean, maybe the chainsaw is better for him. I just didn't really want to have to do all that again. Yeah, so if we upgrade our ammo capacity, it refills the gun. So boom. Restocked, baby. All right, so how do I get to container 4, chat? Because I need to go there now, right? I want to go to the other containers because there's like a charm for the sniper. Well, I never picked up that charm Ryut because in my first playthrough was on console and then my second playthrough was on PC where I rushed through the game on casual difficulty. It's here. You guys said there's a raccoon in the bus or something? I see. Yeah, new game is kind of scuffed in this game, Ryut. Did I get the raccoon on the overpass? I don't know, man. I'm not going to be able to get all the raccoons anyways. I'm going to have to do like another run to get all of them, so not too worried about it. Oh, there's a hand grenade here. barrel here. Should have just used that. Oops. Damn, what a drop. The RPD Easter egg? No, I can try to do it in this run though. I know what you're talking about. Free handgun ammo. No idea where this guy came from. Oh, that's cool. The fuck, man? This is where we want to go for the container, right? Dude, what the okay, I don't understand. Why are they just noticing me? Walk? Did you not see me run up to the 7 zombies before this and fucking backstab them? Like, yeah, I mean, I know you can walk, but I don't know. I don't know. Very strange. Container 4. Bro, fucking fall over. The fuck, dude. I should have just used one of these. I could have thrown. Just wasted a bunch of ammo. Aha. The sniper rifle charm. Oh, there's a legendary in here. Damn. Ammo's meant to be used? Well, no shit, Sherlock. I never use nades. How many of you guys are gonna make me fucking crash out? I use nades all the fucking time. Nope.
Every day.
That night, I was just a kid. Scared and confused. Imagine Grace must feel the same right now. Sorry.
Alright.
This isn't the time. We need to focus.
Is there any other containers here, chat, that I can grab? Only for no scope it is, yeah. Okay, maybe we should buy the body armor, chat. And the case upgrade. See, like, the thing is, which ones are even... Like, these are... This one's, like, Deluxe Edition, I think, the DSO. Trusted Companion, I don't... Is that from... Is that one that you get normally? I mean, whatever, like, it doesn't really matter, I guess, but... Oh, is that from the special shop? Oh, it's a challenge? I see. Surprised there's no rate of fire upgrade for the pistol. Dude, like an SMG. Dude, the pistols are so slow in the first place, though. The silence pistol has rate of fire upgrades. Oh, okay. Wonder how much it actually gives for firepower wise. All right. We gotta go up the lift. There's a raccoon up here? Like, before I drop down? Got it. What do you get after finding them all? Well, you get the ability to upgrade guns to level 3, like the components, I believe.
All right, I can use that.
I think, right? Anything up here? Or no, this is the way I'm supposed to go. I think that room the room I busted open is just like an item or something. We have so much rifle ammo. Holy shit. We're stacked. How are you? How do you get that? Where'd a raccoon? I didn't hear shit. Did I look at it? It's probably because I'm on speakers. I don't know. It's like, I just can barely fucking hear it. I don't know how you're supposed to get to that. I mean, I don't know if it matters that much, but... Where the hell am I even... What am I doing, dude? Behind you on the windows? Like out that window? Oh my god, I'm so blind. Yeah, not enough yellow paint, true. All right. So when do we get the RPD shotgun? It's after the RPD, I guess you guys were saying, right? Or is it during the RPD section? Well, yeah, I know you get it at Kendo's. I'm just... Why is the game so quick to finish? It's really not that quick.
Oh, fuck.
Like, what the fuck, man? They're so tanky, dude. It's like not okay.
Okay, let's find those detonator parts.
Silencer? Yeah, the silence pistol is probably better. True.
Picked up the relay.
Great job. Now to get through that gate.
Yeah. Just gotta figure out how to get down from here first.
Give me all of the ammos. Oh yeah, now it's this part. The sniper rifle without the charm seems, or without the scope seems pretty good. Like the damage increase. That is. That's cool, man. Oh, come on. Oh, what a juicy nade. Alive? Used 2 of my heals there, though. Lovely. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't mean to use They made the, like, only using one herb is so fucking pitifully bad. It's just horrible. Oh, this isn't good, guys.
Now for the other side.
Dude. This is awful. Hopefully, because I have no heals, I'll get herb drops. Oh. That, like, you've got to be kidding. Like, somehow my grenade staggers me there, too. Dude, just the fact that you can shoot them and they just don't stagger it's just so fucked. Like, I go for a shot and then I'm like stuck in the animation and I just get fucking destroyed because of it. If I didn't miss my shot on that guy, I would have been fine. Probably get a heal in one of these boxes.
Hopefully this thing still works.
Yeah, I probably should have used the grenades. I don't know. We already have so many upgrades, it's like I don't even feel like I need to kill enemies anymore. If I had the level 3 upgrades, then it would be worth it, but I don't.
Now what? We'll have to take the next one.
Do they all drop from the very top? What is going on? That wasn't bad at all. My goodness. They drop ammo? I guess I have too much ammo. The game doesn't want to give me more. Having a third level of upgrades also lets you refill the gun 3 times on ammo instead of just twice.
That took longer than planned. Luckily, I found a bike. Should make up for lost time.
Great. You'll need it. It's 15 miles to the city center on the 419.
Hey, Orcano. Alright, well, we got a fuck ton of ammo for the rifle again. I mean, we're pretty good on ammo, I feel like. I don't know if there's anything else I need to get. I think we're good. Raccoon on the highway. You sure I didn't get that one already? I mean, I don't see any. It's not on my map anywhere.
Should make it there in no time.
Good to hear. How are the roads? Leon?
Just a few.
Roads are great.
Potholes. This day just keeps getting better and better.
Dogs are pretty tanky on this difficulty.
Pups could use more training. So much for the direct route. Seriously. I don't give up that easy.
I've had enough of you! I know the feeling! Come on!
Should have worn a helmet.
You don't have a helmet though, Leon. He didn't crash and die, though. True.
You should be close to the coordinates.
Yeah. Looks like it. I'll take a look around then.
There a raccoon here?
Can't believe it's still standing.
It's on you now.
All right. I will be back in 1 sec. I'm gonna get some water. Is the orphanage part after the RPD? Oh, okay. All right, I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Got some chocolate milk.
Sherryman RPD.
It's been a while since you've been back there.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna try to do it this run, Ryut.
Looks like the BSAA set up HQ here.
Abandoned?
Not sure.
Hey, Joylin, thank you for the 9 months.
That fucking guy. And Grace. Shit, she's in danger. Sherry found Grace.
At RPD?
Yeah, exactly.
I do like the game a lot more on this difficulty, though. Even though it is kind of bullshit, I think this difficulty is...
Location. Headed there now.
I think it's fine as Leon, it's fine. As Grace, it feels kind of bullshit. In my opinion. I don't know, I just feel like making Grace get one shot by the zombies was like a little, maybe a little too harsh, but sure. Like, yeah. I got the recipe that lets you craft 30 handgun ammo for 1 scrap? No. I know where that is, though. That probably makes it a lot better. The thing is, when I was playing as Grace, I was kind of trying to treat it as like a speedrun. At least in the care center. Where's the Easter egg? It's not here, right? Oh wait, it is here. Do I just have to look at it for long enough? Need to get the key first.
Jesus. Rest easy, officer.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go through. Wait, no. I'm so confused. Where's the fucking pathway here? Oh wait, it's this way. Wait, no, it's not this way. That's the dead end. I'm so confused. Done this section twice and I'm fucking lost. Oh, right, it's... fucking ladder. What is the code? Does anyone know what the code is for this? I never opened this one before. RRR? Oh. Charm for Requiem. Increases the firepower of the last bullet in the cylinder. Huh. Limitless bullet pen. Damn. You guys said I need to get the key first? Key on TV. Climb the box. I did climb the box. What fucking TV? There's a key on... Wait, what do you... What? Are both of Barry's... Okay, I see. Are both of Barry's hints in the STARS office? I heard him bonking. But I didn't see, I don't know where he was. Ah, there he is. You shoot him, chunks fall off? That's funny. All this just to look at tofu. Yes. Wait, what is the key for? Is a locker key? Is it in here? Jojo. Oh. Tickets to the zoo. Increases firepower at the cost of more sway while aiming. Hmm. I see. Thanks, chat. What? What, Chad? Why still out? What the fuck do you guys want so badly? The Rebecca photo's not even good. Unless I'm thinking of am I thinking of a different photo? It's so... Okay. I'm just going in circles because every time I look at chat, somebody's telling me to do something else. What the fuck am I supposed to do here for this thing that you guys want? What do I do? Do I go to the library? Do I go to the STARS office? Yeah, but I already opened the drawer. Oh, I know chat's not trolling. The problem is trying to listen to chat for, like, advice doesn't work very well because people don't know what I've already done. I don't think I got this photo on my run. I was thinking of a different photo. Is it hidden in here? Rising Rookie Rebecca. There you go, chat. Happy now? Is this isn't this the exact same photo from the other game? Anyways, moving on. Well, yeah, I mean, I know, like... I've seen that photo before. It's in the other game. Is it in RE3 OG or RE2 OG? Two, yeah. I guess 2 or 3 wouldn't make sense because you're not at the fucking RPD. Is it in the remake? Oh yeah, don't you have to like... Isn't it one of the photos you have to take to the red room? Or no, because you are in the ARP, dude. I don't know. I'm just. You do go to the RPD in the third one.
You don't have to be afraid. You need to understand. Covert military units from every country on Earth come to Raccoon City for one purpose. To find Elpis.
What is Elpis?
The power to upset the military balance of the world. The last virus, created by Spencer. Designed to control human consciousness.
Mind control?
They couldn't let it be stolen. So they launched the missile strike to hide it.
To hide a virus. Why do something so extreme?
Extreme? Is it? When the president tried to investigate, they had him assassinated. And you are the key to retrieving Elpis.
Emily.
In a way. But not the girl you met. So many attempts. So many failures. Such a waste.
What do you mean?
Copies. Crafted to duplicate you. All useless. All scrapped.
All right, time for the best part. Here we go.
Oh my God, we need to do something. I called security, but nobody answered. They are out of control.
Doctor, we can't contain them.
Sedate them now! Are you kidding me? Get out of my way!
Hey, are you awake?
Will I be playing this game a
Where
lot?
did everybody go?
But yeah, after we finish this playthrough, the plan is to start doing like speedrun routing, which is probably going to take quite some time. We do kind of know how the route works as Grace at the start, at least.
Stay away. Stay away! Get back! Don't come any closer! No. No, get back! Get back!
Like, why doesn't he even try to fight back? He's just like, all right, I guess I'm just accepting my death.
What was that?
And then, so are these evil kids supposed to be the... Like, are they the copies? Or, like, I don't even understand. Like, who are these kids? Including the one you play as? Yeah, I guess. I feel like it would have been creepier if the character, like, looked like yourself, rather than just being these, like, silly bald kids with fucking red eyes. Bald equals bad. I shut up. That is not true.
is open.
Thank you. Will this work? I think I need to get them to notice me. Oh, no, it did work. Guess on it. Oh my god, on insanity it doesn't, the strat doesn't work. I think.
What do I do? What do I do?
Oh, no, it does work. It's just... Okay. Interesting.
Please just be a bad dream. Why did they?
Yeah, this section takes a while. Not great.
What's wrong with them? What is this place?
Oh man, this section is so ass. Huh. Yeah, I know people are trying to like figure out the puzzle.
They weren't able to recreate Spencer's key. But now we have the original. We have you. You can unlock Elpis at Ark. That's where we go.
So,
I don't think anybody's figured out the puzzle yet, though.
I was made?
Correct.
So it really was all my fault.
What was?
That mom was murdered and she turned into that thing.
What's done is done. You need to focus on the future.
She even with my mother.
It's time to embrace your destiny. Mr. Kennedy, I had a feeling you'd make an appearance. Sorry, but I don't have time to spare. Have fun. I remember you.
Oh, God. I remember that, too. Sherry, wasn't there an orphanage around here?
Yes, there was. Why?
I'm gonna do some digging.
I just sent you the coordinates.
I don't have time to deal with this. Give me a goddamn break.
I just sent you the coordinates.
I don't have time to deal with this.
I just sent you the coordinates.
Oh, I am muted. Surely I can make... Surely I can make this, right?
Give me a goddamn break.
Do I need to bait him around here? I guess, well, I mean, that's like the casual strat anyways. You could probably just dodge his attack, I guess.
Everything all right, Leon?
Yeah. I'm good.
So why'd you ask about the orphanage?
They're taking Greystark. The orphanage is the entrance.
All right, we can get the shotgun now, right?
I'm not sure. But apparently it's someplace important. It hasn't changed.
Wait, so where is the shotgun? Or maybe I already have it? How did I not... Did I really run past this thing before?
I'm so sorry. Never again.
I think I actually got that shotgun on my run when I played on console. I think I forgot it on my casual playthrough though. Or on my, like, my second playthrough on PC, I mean. Is there anything down here in the parking garage? Oh, another heal. That's nice. Oh, 2 heals. Oh. Can't fucking see, dude. Wait, so are you talking about the scope? Is that what you're saying is the charm? Or is there something else? Or is... Oh. Oh, cute bear charm. For shotguns. Oh, mid-range firepower. Interesting. Hmm. Yeah, well, the cute bear is the charm in RE4. That reduces the cost of crafting. I just assumed that the 990 tack was better because it's worth more, but maybe that's not the case. Well, yeah, I said that last time, but I think I don't know. I'm gonna try it out.
Fuck me. I couldn't save them. But I could stop bastards like you.
Oh, you can actually strafe that. I tried to parry, but my god, he instantly broke. Damn, the car actually hit me. How is that not a parry? I Am I dead? I think I'm dead.
Not yet.
Why does he just like stand there? Bro, how much health does this guy have? Dude, If you parry this guy, you lose like all of your durability. All right, well, this is... I don't know how I feel about this shotgun, at least for this fight. Because this shotgun has such... Well, maybe if I had the charm on it. Yeah, maybe upgrading the axe durability is not a bad idea. Probably should have done that. I don't have enough money now, though. Yeah, I realize it's very wide. Ugh. Thought I staggered him. Thought maybe I could strafe that. Tried to parry it. Why is he... Oh my god. I just want to try to parry him. Can I parry the car? Probably not. Okay, he moves the car out of the way, I see. I don't know if you can parry that either. Okay, we parried that one. That breaks really fast. Okay, you know what? I want to see... Holy fuck, 25,000 health. He is so tanky. Oh my god. Bro, what the fuck? Dude, why are you like moving so slow, Leon? What the fuck? Gonna jump, right? He's gonna jump across the entire map, okay. I cannot. Man, he is so tanky. I mean, the Magnum shot only does... We have the charm that makes our final shot do more damage, and it did 1,000 damage with the last shot of the Magnum.
You can use a grenade or flashbang to stop that charge? Bro, are you seriously backseating me based on RE2 knowledge? There's no flashbang in this game.
How much do the stacked grenades do? Dude, like, I can't parry because I'm, like, in the gun animation or something. The shotgun does do a lot, though. Tried to go to the left of him, but I don't know if he's faster because his health is lower. Dude, the sniper is kind of ass against him, though. It's really not good at all.
Not good.
Dude, I don't, like... You have to... I don't know, It's so strange, because I feel like in RE4 you could shoot and also kind of parry, like, after shooting, but... It feels like in this game there's like like, if you're in the middle of a shot, you're just fucked. Well, no, it's not RE4, but I'm doing it like it's RE4. Dude, the sniper's only doing... Well, it's doing 200 damage per shot. The shotgun's doing like 600. Is there a better sniper? Isn't this the snipe? Aren't we using the better sniper? The 70 is more damage, but it's slower. Yeah, I mean, I can't even upgrade it anyways. The thing is, you can shoot the marksman so much faster. It almost feels like I should just only use the shotgun for this, and maybe the SMG. The SMG was actually not that bad, I think. He's so fat. I can't. I'm fucking reacting too slow, bro. He has a pretty big recovery animation after that.
Hit him.
if that's gonna hit me. I tried to... Actually, is that like scripted or something? Because it doesn't even do any damage, but...
Not yet.
Can't parry it. Dude, the sniper is horrible on this fight.
I'll stop you as many times as I
And it's funny because you would think the sniper would be best going off of like previous RE games. But I mean, the sniper was doing 200 damage to the weak spot. I would have needed what, 125 shots to kill him? The SMG was actually pretty good, though. I mean, when he would jump up on the car, I couldn't even prevent him from jumping with the sniper. Because I don't know if it's like damage based, but... Can I unlock this? You can just run away from that attack? It seemed like... I mean, maybe if you're constantly running... It seemed like it tracked me way too hard, though. You can run toward him and he'll go over you, okay. No, I think the shotgun just does an insane amount of damage. Like, the damage it deals is really good. Basketball? What?
I'm at the orphanage, Sherry. There's not much left of it. Heading underground to look for Grace.
Understood.
An Easter egg? Oh, okay. Yeah, the shotgun was literally doing as much damage as the Magnum. Which is like, what the actual fuck? Because the Magnum was doing, I think, like 700 or 800 damage per shot, and I think the shotgun was doing 600 or 700. Oh, chat.
Stuff's not bad.
We have 60 rifle ammo. It does seem like the rifle is good on heads, though. Like, it still does a lot of damage to the enemy if you shoot him in the head.
Seriously.
What? Oh, I guess the hitbox for that is just kind of small.
I guess this is my stop.
Alright, hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the restroom. All right, I'm back. Well, we've got a lot of heals right now, at least. Keep thinking I see an item prompt, but it's just like the void.
BSAA left something behind. It just keeps going. Finally reached the bottom. This is one very deep hole.
The perfect place to hide something.
Now's not the time for that. What about now? Open up. Or don't. Which is the right way? A meta injector, though. We have a buttload of ammo. Oh my god. What the? I can't fucking see his head, dude. Oh my god, it's so fucking foggy and dark, bro. I can't see. Hold on, let me repair my body armor again. I am trash. I am just trash, dude. Oh my god! It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Nintendo Direct Aim. What the? Tried to parry it. Alright, you know what? I want to see. Can I parry this? I don't think you can. Can it not be killed when it spawns in, or am I just missing? Not sure. SMG is good. I don't know if you can actually get an angle on this thing or not. I can't tell. I guess it takes 2 shots if you hit it in the weak spot. Bro, this one is fucked. Just want to kill him before. Maybe try. I'm gonna try the shotgun here instead. Let's see how it is. I don't think any skips have been found yet. You know what? Let's see. I'm curious, like, damage-wise. See, on this one, it seems like the sniper is good. I'm alive. Wow, they are fast. I think you can parry. Okay, this fight doesn't seem too bad though. Like, Oh, I have to do this each time? That's fucking cringe. Unless, is there a way to just... Oh.
Stubborn you need, aren't you? Time to burn you up from the roots.
That was decent. I'm kind of curious though. How much damage? Oh, I didn't mean to use that. Curious how much damage the SMG would have done. It seems like the rifle is better there though than the shotgun. The shotgun was only doing like 300 damage per shot. The rifle is doing like 400. Yeah, I have the damage charm on. First loss, thank you for the 67 months. Yeah, we're pretty close now, Koos.
Sherry, I found some kind of massive facility.
What do you think it is?
I'm seeing some
Yo, what's up,
classes with
Maxie?
logos of the usual suspects.
Well, whatever it is, clearly wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I like this difficulty.
Yeah, you're telling me.
The damage that some guns deal on boss fights is so random though. Like there's like a health display for bosses, and I was testing it on Mr. X, the Mr. X fight, Maxie, and like the rifle For some reason, the rifle does like 300 damage to the heart of Mr. X, but the shotgun does like 700. Just, and I mean, my rifle is fully upgraded with the charm too. Crazy. Dude, the police shotgun is insane. It does so much damage. Out of 5 mil. I mean, he has 25,000 health. It's not that bad. But yeah, he is pretty tanky. I don't know why the rifle was so bad on Mr. X though. Because I mean, normally rifles have increased damage on weak points. But yeah, maybe the classic is just better. Because it does say the damage per shot is limited, so yeah, maybe the classic is better. No, I don't have the level 3 upgrades, if that's what you're asking. Probably want to get the hatchet upgrades for the hunk fight, I assume. You have to get all the Mr. Raccoons to get the tier 3 upgrades, right? Oh, it's this fucking part. Well, the rifle is really bad on Mr. X. That's probably part of it, Hayes. The SMG is really good, though. Like this, the Steery, if you shoot like 40 rounds into his chest is almost like 2,000 damage. I think I used like 200 SMG and like 20 shotgun. Something like that. I think the bosses are good, at least on Insanity.
Where is that? Okay.
I feel like figuring out the ammo routing in the speedrun, though, is going to be kind of tricky. Because, like, I assume in the speedrun, you're going to want to just utilize the because when you get ammo capacity upgrades for your guns, they refill. So you probably want to use that to, like, the full advantage on the speedrun. I don't know. Routing this difficulty is going to be kind of a nightmare. Oh, it's a one-shot? I want to see... Wait, where's my save? Is it all the way back at the box?
I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
Okay, it seems like they die, but they actually die. It just they have to get to the spot first.
I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
What? Okay, I tried the grenade there, but it wasn't like working.
I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
Yeah, big aim. Well, okay, you can kill all 3 of them, like, as they spawn in, though. That's pretty nice. Is there any ammo around here? Why am I not first person on Leon? I don't know. Honestly, I wonder if first person on Leon would be better. It's hard to say. Better for what? Just like movement. Because I mean, you still have like turnaround animations and whatnot, you know? I mean, like on Grace, well, I mean, you're obviously intended to play Grace in first person, but yeah, we can release the liquor. Can we shoot him from this angle? Where is he? Bro, the bloom is kind of rough. Like, man, I feel like my sensitivity is... Is there... Oh, there's another guy? Bro, what? What is this fucking collision, dude? Oh my god. Oops. I don't know where the liquor is, though. These enemies are so fucking troll, it's insane. Like, I can't fucking shoot them faster, bro! What the fuck? Like, it takes Leon so long to peek from the ledge that... That guy's not dead? I don't know, I feel like not having the scope is kind of bad here. Because, like, it's just not... I don't think hitting headshots without the scope here is going to be consistent. Because of the bloom, but... I could be wrong. Grenade them. I think I see the tank back there, but... Oh, I mean, we can nade one, but I don't know if I can... I'm not sure if I'm able to open... If I shoot this, is this like cover?
liquor.
Shooting me in my feet. Is he killing them? This does not seem very... He's doing it. Come on, Liquor, do it. Kill more. Where is he? Oh, I see. What a good guy. What?
Ahead of myself.
I didn't want to kill you, dude, but... I know he helped me, but now he's being mean. I don't even know how how did he notice me? Is there like glass on the ground? Like, I'm not sure why he aggroed. I was crouched. The vents? Oh yeah, I guess yeah, I think you're right. The vents make sound. Maybe that's the case. That room will be asked to route. Yeah, probably. Curious about the classic. This one does improve rate of fire. What about the Silencer 9?
Here at ARC, your movements will be constantly monitored. Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
Yeah, there's a way to get level 3 upgrades, but it's not something that you buy. Well, it is. You need to collect all the Mr. Raccoon charms, I think.
Leon Kennedy. We finally meet.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Don't worry about me. How sweet.
What?
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. An autograph.
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
I don't understand. Why am I just instantly dying?
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
I mean, how much health did I have when I died?
Not necessary. I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph? I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door. Worry about it. How sweet. Sneaky bastard.
Get a little handsy, are we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
Dude, it's so weird, like... I feel like I can go for a double hit, but then sometimes, I don't know, I can't get the follow-up parry, like it just doesn't let me.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph? I heard you were a smartass.
Oh, hold on, let's see. Just out of curiosity. Okay, the second hit doesn't do that much damage. Maybe we don't go for the second hit. I don't know. Just go for the big one.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph? I heard you were a smartass.
I guess when you're low enough HP, he just like insta-kills you or something. Honestly, I kind of wish that I upgraded my hatchet. I don't think I have any money though. So I got the silencer 9. I should have got damage on this fucking thing though. But I don't want to have to kill all the lickers again. Oh well. Sell some guns. I mean, I could sell them and then just buy them back, technically, right? Actually, let's see. So if I... Well, I don't know. This might fuck me over, though, because I might not... I mean, I'm gonna need the money to upgrade it, you know what I mean? Whatever, we'll just keep doing that. I don't think, if you sell it, I don't think you lose the upgrades on the gun.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph? I heard you were a smartass.
Yeah, I don't know. Going for the 2 hits feels like RNG.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Oh, it's so fast.
How sweet. Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
He has so many different moves he can do, because he has like 2 fast hits, and then he has a slow hit. Then he has a 3-hit combo, or a 4-hit combo. But the 3rd hit of the combo is like super slow.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. An autograph.
Oh my
I
god.
heard
man.
you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door. Worry about me. How sweet.
Not parry that attack. Oh, he's like baiting so hard. Oh my god, I'm just wrecked.
Sneaky bastard. Target neutralized.
I feel like I
Mission
parried that,
accomplished.
but I guess not. It's so strange. Shooting him while he's staggered. I mean, I tried that. It does decent damage.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph? I heard you were a smartass.
Well, I don't know why I'm like not able to do it anymore, but doesn't really do more than just hitting him with the axe, though. The axe, I mean, this fight would be, I feel like it would be a lot better if I just had the axe upgrade.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph? I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door. Worry about me. How sweet.
can get a few shots in after a kick. Oh, after a kick, I see. Dude, that is such a bait when he does that animation. What the... Oh, wow. Wait, that does 1,400 damage.
Sneaky bastard.
Shit. Not good.
Target neutralized. Mission accomplished.
Damn, this is fucking annoying, man. I want to see what this is like in first person.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph? I heard you were a smartass.
I don't know if I like that.
Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph? I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
Sneaky bastard.
Dude, how? Oh. And then he insta-grabs me. Then he fucking flashes again. And then he ducks my shot because it takes 3 seconds to fucking shoot.
Get a little handsy, aren't we?
Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way.
Then he dodges my shot. And then he instantly kills me. It takes so long. Try a Requiem shot to the head if he gets stunned. Bro, that is literally what I did. That's what I did. I shot him twice in the head with the Requiem when he was stunned.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph? I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worry about me. How sweet.
What?
Sneaky bastard.
Use the SMG for this guy? That sounds horrible. I shot him with like one fucking bullet.
Get all our hands here, are we? Make no mistake. Nothing will stand in my way.
Got him. I don't know if I should have used the Magnum here.
Ran into trouble. This guy was one tough bastard.
Coming from you, that's quite the compliment.
It's fine. Are you fucking dead or no? Not. These enemies are so fucking troll, dude. Forgot that there's enemies that come here. Oh, luckily we have a million heals.
All right.
Yeah, only 3 enemies, not actually a million, but
Finally get some answers.
Grace, this is where we are. The world is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others. I believe Spencer solved that with Elpis. The Connection sealed Raccoon City to save it for themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since. This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Aren't we fancy?
Don't move! Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
This part is so stupid. Get on, Grace.
Come on! Grab tight!
I got you.
Convenient moving platform. So stupid.
Are you okay?
Me? I feel like $1 million.
Where does this take us?
Your guess is as good as mine. Time to get off. Come on.
What now? Leon. Leon!
Yeah, we're pretty close to the end now. This is like the final section ish.
Leon, are you okay?
How long was I out?
I don't know. A while. Those marks.
It's T-virus. Stage 3 infection.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
This place. Raccoon City was where it all began for me. Where it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry. Hey, here.
I'm going back. I'm gonna destroy Elvis.
I'm coming with you.
No, you're not.
I don't want any more regrets. Whatever it takes, count me in.
If anything happens to me, you promise you'll end this.
I promise.
Come on.
All right, let's go, Leon.
I can check it out for us. You think you can give me a boost?
Guess we're about to find out. Come on. Watch out for yourself up there, yeah?
I will.
How much harder has the game been? It's quite a bit harder on Insanity.
Once I go down, there's no getting back up. Oh.
What are the advantages of doing Grace in first person? You can turn freely. You actually can control your character. Just kind of helpful. Well, Grace only falls over in combat sections, and she's actually faster in third person. You're on the combat sections.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Can't see.
Where do you get the bottle of acid recipe?
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Gotta stay cool.
What? Oh, it's here. Okay. I couldn't remember where the pathway was.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
I don't know why this first looker noticed me. I guess I need to crouch.
Can't see.
What is the safe? Does anyone know what's in the safe? Or does anyone know the code? it's different for insanity. 50, 60, 80. People just saying random stuff. Oh. I don't know why the why is the liquor noticing me? I guess I should just stay crouched.
Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Can't see.
Well, yeah, you can use the bottles to lure them away, but I kind of want the bottles to make bottles of acid.
Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Can't see.
I could use the hemolytic, but... Or what was it? 80-50-0? Dude, I don't understand. Like, what the fuck is that? I'm crouched. How does he know? He just fucking knows. Did I step on glass?
Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage
I walked?
sector.
I was crouched.
Critical error.
Yes, I know I ran, chat. I know, but he attacked where I ran, okay? Like, they're not supposed to just know where you are permanently once they're aggroed.
Can't see.
Like the zombie's just gonna kill me. Maybe not. I wanted to use the hemolytic, but I guess I wasn't close enough. I don't know.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error.
Maybe we should use a bottle here.
Can't see.
I don't have acid to throw though. The recipe for the acid bottle is up ahead, isn't it? Other guy just doesn't care. Oh, he does. Oh my god, I'm going the wrong way. I don't know how you're supposed to strafe that. I guess you just have to kill both the fucking lickers, honestly.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
I mean, where is the acid recipe? Am I missing it? Was it? It's later?
Can't see.
Okay, so I don't have acid right now, but Had one when I killed the first licker. Did I, though? Maybe one of the bottles was acid. Turn off your torch. The torch doesn't do anything, dude. None of the enemies in this game respond to your flashlight. The game even has a tip that specifically says that. Okay, yeah, there is one bottle of acid there. You're right. Not true. Okay. Sure, man. Oh, there's 2 in there. Okay. Why did this guy take so long to react? Okay, dude.
All right. I'm not dead yet.
Oh, I actually strafed it.
All right, Leon. Be careful. I need to get good nice.
Nice. Gotta go through the room again with the zombies. Yeah. We have Molotovs for them, though. I guess.
Threat level red in storage sector. Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
Mind me, just missing all my shots. They like hyper at you so fucking fast. It's terrifying. I don't think we try to kill this guy, to be honest.
Threat level red in storage sector. Including AI control center. Noah.
Didn't realize I had to press back out of that. Acid? I am not using an acid on this guy. There's a part coming up with like a fucking million lickers and we're gonna have to kill them. Could use a Molotov on this guy, but I don't think we need to.
Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
Oh no.
Yo, Broadmoor, thank you so much for the 20 gifted. Oh, damn. There was a safe. Yeah, I don't really care that much. I think we have enough supplies. I mean, what's in the safe anyways?
I wonder if Liam's made it yet.
Well, we could go for it now. Surely he won't grab me here, right? Yes, he will. And then he'll grab me again. That's nice. Fuck you. Takes so much blood. Oh man, how am I gonna do this? This guy's aggroed to me now too, I think. Maybe not. I'm surprised. Will this guy turn around? I don't know, man. I saw the arrows for the hemolytic, so I tried to do it. I mean, we should just use the acid here. It's not like we need to fight any bosses as Grace, so...
Still have a ways to go. I wonder if Leon's made it yet.
Is this guy back in his normal spot now? Oh, yeah. What was this? 20070? Throw bottle, then group them with the acid. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That's 2 acids. Yeah, but I mean, it's not like we're almost at the end of the game. It's not like this section goes on for that long. They'll come together. Yeah, but if they're not... There was a third one. I don't know where the... No. The liquor didn't tank the acid. The 2 guys that I threw it at died. There was a third one, though, that came in delayed. Thing is, if I throw a bottle, then they're not going to be... They're not going to go to where I... Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna throw a bottle. I feel like the bottle's better, honestly. And just run up the stairs? I don't know if I can. And the thing is, don't I have to come back through this area anyways? Like, I have to go back down through them as well? I mean, maybe I can stealth my way through here. I can try. that one liquor is blocking the pathway, and as far as I can tell, there's no way past him. I'm dead. Yeah, I don't feel like it's worth throwing acid on just one liquor because you can kill like 3 in one bottle. And the thing is, I think there's like 6 liquors in this room. At least when you're running, because I don't know. I don't want to fucking waste 1 bottle per liquor. It's just not worth it.
AI Control Center. NOAA. Reboot failure. No response. Containment protocol inactive. Containment protocol inactive.
I guess that's fine. If I didn't walk, he wouldn't notice. Yeah, you might be right. You might just be able to crouch past, but that zombie is going to be in the way. Somehow. Cool, man. path up top I can go through? True. Forget about this. Oh, is that a bottle? I don't know if it's better to go. I'm alive. Dude, what the fuck? He's like so delayed. I mean, the thing is, if I wasn't trying to make a save, I probably would be fine here. Surprised running past these guys is this easy. Although... Wait, no, the door... Yeah, well, that seems surprisingly easier than I expected. I mean, we didn't route anything there. That was, I didn't even have to do anything special. I'm out of my knives now. I should use these acids. Why am I taking the long route? Because the fucking shortcut door doesn't work? Dude. I feel like we can just group up the zombies on this part. I mean, speedrun wise, I don't really know. We could probably just shoot this guy. fucking bullshit. I'm pretty sure I shot him in the leg twice, but I guess not. It's gonna be a pretty long speed run on the hardest difficulty, I think. And it seems also like it might be kind of RNG. Yo, Blind Dragon, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. There's a knife I skipped. Okay, where? Here? Oh. Oh, this part. There's so many zombies here. They're like, you have to kill some zombies here. I feel like there's no way you can fucking get through this without killing some stuff. Or like burning some knives. Perfect Molotov. I'm dead. Oh my god, there's like 8 zombies total. Crazy. 12 zombies total even. Knife wouldn't have even saved me there. Guess I got grabbed from behind. Yeah, if you get back grabbed, you just die instantly. Nothing you can do. Oh my god, there's so many. Yeah, I mean it was fast, but now there's a fucking million zombies on me. Use my ult. Yeah, good idea. Guy might kill me. Yeah, but grabbing the orb is what causes the trigger here. Dude, like, oh my god, there's so fucking many, dude. What the fuck? Throwing the molly before the orb isn't gonna do anything. It's just gonna sit on the ground and it's not even gonna do enough damage to kill the fucking guy. It's not easy mode. I never said it was. Yeah, I don't know how that room seems concerning. Maybe if you're fast, you could just run out and be fine. I don't know. Like maybe with the knife, you could just run out, like tank a grab, and then just. You could probably just tank a grab, stab, and then just run out of the room. I mean, I can try. I'll try. I'm kind of curious. Hey. short stream. Like, almost, but... Well, the thing is, there's like a delay before they can grab you again after you use a knife. So you don't just get, like, chain grabbed to death. But yeah, I don't know, that one zombie there. Oops. Could have gone to the left. I did go to the left. Oh, it worked. That's probably the speed strat, honestly. I mean, there's a knife literally there in the room, so... I can't imagine it would be worth, like... You don't... I mean, Molotovs are good, but not fast, and there's too many of them.
Something important. I'll explain later.
Shutting yourself away in a dark room like this is quite the change for you, after the life you've led.
Life takes unexpected turns, don't you think?
Looking back, do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
So, tell me, Lord Spencer, what would you like the world to know?
The truth. But, a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Why would Mom hide this?
And Grace's hair is so many different colors. Never noticed until I saw it just now.
Okay. Back in biz. Fuck.
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this. You just send us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
All right. Well, we just have the one combat section with Leon now, I think.
Containment breach. System lock. Surveillance failure detected.
Jesus, you're tanky. The shotgun would be better. Man, I wonder how long this run is gonna be on Insanity. Probably like fucking 3 hours. No, maybe like 2.5. Not long. Still pretty long.
Detected. Elevator shut down. In effect. Override key authorization required.
Thing is, if Grace kills all the lickers here, are they gone for Leon? Like, I don't know if that's how it works or not.
Not done yet.
Jesus, they're so... It's not the same location? Oh, okay. You're right, it's not. Just looks similar. I mean, dude, I'm trying to parry. Like, I don't... There's two of them on me. I'm so fucked as well. Yeah, the sniper is not great. Where is this where is he even coming from? Because he appeared behind me. Oh wow, that's... See, if I crouch, does this work or no? Of course not. Okay, let's see. What happens if we just run?
This must be the room. I'll take out as many of you fuckers as I can. Somehow that worked. That's probably consistent, surely. Bro, like, I can't even fucking move. I'm just perma-stunned. I can't even heal. I can't even do anything. I'm just dead. Leon, what the fuck, bro? You are so bad at throwing these. Dude, this like QTE shit is not okay. I hate that you can't like choose where to throw it. Like why did they have to make it a QTE? It's actually obnoxious. Yep, I'm just perma-stunned to death. That's cool. Yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe you don't want to throw it. Maybe it's better just to shoot it where it stands.
Warning, autoclave compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable. Memory corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline.
Yeah, I mean, I want to use grenades, but I don't want to waste a grenade on one liquor. It's just... They're all going the other way. Some godforsaken reason.
Warning, autoclave compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable. Memory corrupt. Self-repair functionality offline. Air parameters failing. Pod lockdown unavailable.
Bro, how are you not dead? What the fuck? Get off of me! Dude!
The elevator will arrive shortly.
I'm sure there's a consistent way to do that room. I don't know. Just gonna have to figure it out. You definitely want one of the stacked hand grenades, I think, or at least two. You probably need two normal grenades.
Has arrived.
Yeah, probably Daewoo. Yeah, I think if you threw a grenade on top of the red barrel, it would probably kill everything in the vicinity. Before you put the key in the light open, you can lure them in the dark. I don't... No, none of the enemies are there, though. The lurkers are? Well then, why was I able to run up to the switch and nothing attacked me? I feel like, again, you're trying to backseat and you just don't know what you're talking about.
Not done yet.
Or on the roof on normal before turning the light on. Do they not notice you at all? When they're on the ceiling? Maybe they are then. Maybe he's right. I don't know. We didn't try, so. I feel like we probably would have noticed them on the ceiling, though. Maybe not. Yeah, I guess on Insanity they all spawn at the same time.
legacy do you want to leave behind?
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope? Or so the myth goes.
A blind hope.
What do you mean?
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them. This is why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt. Happiness cannot be achieved at the expense of others. I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview? Who is that? Is that one of your subjects?
Of course not. She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
Is she
perfectly normal? Just an average child needing a home. She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful? Would you like to hold her?
Oh, okay. She's adorable. What's her name?
Grace.
Grace. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem for those who have passed.
Leon. Leon.
Am I gonna try to solve the final puzzle? No. I'll let the community figure that out. I'll do it once it gets figured out, though.
I need to hurry.
There's like an Easter egg puzzle thing in the game that nobody's figured out yet. They've figured out like most of the steps, but not the final one. Where is it? I'm not even sure. Yeah, it has to do with like the severed arm and some other stuff, I think.
This is finally my chance to do something.
It's not just an Easter egg, yeah, it's like a challenge in the game. You can even check it right here. It's the final puzzle. Let the sweet pair hear the voice, but nobody's figured out how to get it yet.
Oh, Leon!
Oh, that is solved? Okay, then I guess it's something else.
Leon! Oh no. Hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please wake up. Come on.
He's memeing? Oh, okay.
Wake up. Hey.
Never trust chat.
I was just resting my eyes.
You're okay. Oh, let me help you.
Let's do this.
Okay. I don't know the password.
It's okay. Soon left it wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Elpis.
Let's try.
Grace, whatever it takes. I can buy you some time.
No. No, I have an idea.
I trust you. I trust you.
Yeah, the thing is in the speedrun chat, well, I don't know how it's gonna work, but the fastest speedrun is to choose the bad ending, because you just skip the final boss fight.
Fulfill your destiny.
But that's also kind of lame way to end the run.
Only if you let Leon live.
Very well.
Wouldn't there be a good ending category? I mean, yeah, you could. It's just you're making a category that's, you know, probably has a difference of like 2 or 3 minutes. On the easy difficulty, it's probably a difference of like 30 seconds. Okay, maybe not 30 seconds, but yeah.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. A blind hope.
Okay. This is it.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did.
Well done.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live. Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
I'm not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends. He...
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
Leon!
Why? My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
Amazing. I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, All virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You? You and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you!
We can't let him have it.
Your ignorance is staggering.
It's a cure. Oh, it's working. Leon, it's working. Wake up.
Now, let it all come down. All of it.
Grace, what happened? It's gonna go! Grab something! Grace.
All right, here we go.
Grace!
Wonder how much health this guy has.
Umbrella's last skeleton.
Spencer's vision lives through me, and I will see that it is brought to fruition.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
It seems your skills have sacrifices must be made! In a glance, a few lives are nothing.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
Trying to parry him, but okay, hold on. I want to see if I can damage him during this. He has 20,000 health. I can't. Okay. I had a feeling I couldn't. Can I damage him during this? Wait, I wasn't damaging him there at the end, I don't think.
Seems you're reaching your limit.
Bro! Oh wait, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm dead. And parry the RPG?
Spencer's vision lives through me, and I will see that it is brought to fruition.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
God, I'm just getting my ass fucking handed to me.
Sacrifice! must be made! In the grand scheme, a few lives.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
I'm trying to parry. Some of his attacks are so fast, though. Like, dude, how do I fucking parry that, man? I can't, like, reload at all. Dude, this rifle kind of sucks, man.
And how many more will have to die for that fish?
I hate that you can't, like, shoot and also parry at the same time. Because you could do that in RE4. I don't know if you can parry the kick. Oh wait, no, my weapon is...
In the grand scheme of things.
My weapon's broken.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
You don't have the power to save anyone. Open your eyes. Humanity is full of drooling imbeciles. They need me.
Dude, parrying in this game is such a fucking nightmare. Holy shit, dude. It's so rough, like, actually.
Spencer's vision lives through me. And I will see that it is brought to fruition.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
You can parry the kick.
It seems your skills have diminished. Sacrifices must be made.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
Like, I parry the kick and I don't even get any... Okay, I cannot run, I cannot, like, distance him. Maybe.
Open your eyes. Humanity is full of drooling imbeciles. They need me, a leader to guide them into a glorious
Once he gets to 12,000 health,
the humanity I know is far more capable than you realize. They don't want you to the ship.
you can damage him to, like, a certain point. That's so weird. Maybe I'm just...
Seems you're reaching your limit. Not let those ideals win. Give it up.
The random iframes, man. Okay. Not sure how you're supposed to avoid that. Fuck left or right? Let's see. Oh, I see. have repaired. Okay, well, you can run under that one. He was close.
Spencer's vision looks through me, and I will see.
Okay, so you can move to the right of the kick.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
Sacrifices must be made in the grand scheme.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
Open your eyes! Humanity is full of drooling imbeciles. They need me,
Follow up?
a leader to guide them into a glorious new future.
The humanity I know is far more capable than you realize. They don't want you to do their shit.
Actually, yeah, hold on. I'm gonna turn the health thing back on. Oh, I'm gonna get fucking blasted. Oops.
Seems to be reaching your limit.
It's okay. Oh my gosh.
I will not let those ideals win. Give it up.
I'm dead. Oh, never mind. AoE's not that big. Yeah, this is only phase 1. We need to do this fight better. Because yeah, we do still have, you know, I wonder, I guess you can't get the rocket launcher on this difficulty, presumably.
Spencer's vision lives through me, and I will see.
I hate that my knife isn't fucking repaired at the start of this fight.
Spencer's vision lives through me, and I will see that it is brought to fruition. Spencer's vision lives through me, and I will see that it is brought to fruition.
And how many more will have?
I don't know how am I missing this?
Spencer's vision lives through me, and I will see that it is brought to fruition.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
must be made.
We got lucky there.
In the grand scheme of things, a few lives are nothing.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
Open your eyes. Humanity is full of drooling imbeciles. They need me, a leader to guide them into a glorious new future.
The humanity I know is far more capable than you realize. They don't want you to do their shit.
Oh, I'm just trying to fucking repair my...
Seems you're reaching your limit.
I'm alive.
I will.
The delay on firing fucks me so badly sometimes, because it's like I was on his head, but then it takes so long to fire the fucking gun that you have to like I don't know. It takes a long time for you to pull up the gun and actually fire it. So even if your aim is right on the target, you have to like move your aim. Like I don't know. I don't know. It's tough, man.
Spencer's vision lifts through me, and I will see that it is brought to fruition.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
To firemen! Sacrifices must be made! In the grand
That's a third.
a few lives.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
The window where you can hit him there is...
Seems you're reaching your limit.
Bro. Stop fucking jumping on me, dude.
I will not let those ideals win.
I don't know how I missed that through. god. Bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, dude.
It's over. Good riddance.
Yeah, I mean, I was getting better at the fight. I probably should have tried another time, but... I mean, hopefully the second phase isn't too bad. We have, like, no heals left.
Nemesis. No wonder you're so damn relentless.
I think you have to get close when he does that attack. This, maybe we don't use the pistol here. Did I parry that? I'm fucked, guys. Does he have another spot? Oh. Should have parried. Oh, okay. Can I... tried to parry it, but I don't know. I couldn't. Dude, how am I not parrying? It's like, dude, sir. I think because I switched my gun, I couldn't parry. That's okay. It's fine. I don't know. I could have. It didn't let me parry still. Bro! How? Oh my god, is it because I'm standing still? I don't understand. Can you just strafe some of these? Not that one, though. Okay. Okay, is the shotgun that OP? Is there another one? Oh. Oh, right, the scripted grab. Yeah, I'm not used to like I'm not used to having to dodge this or being able to dodge this boss. Because in RE3 Remake, you have to dodge. So or like you have to, you know, do the dodge move. I just kind of assumed you had to parry this guy as well, but I guess not.
This time, you ain't getting back up.
I mean, the thing is, if you parry, then you're gonna have to, like, repair the axe. So I don't really think you want to parry everything.
Grace, where are you? Sherry. Sherry, come in. Sherry. Shit. Grace! Grace, hang on. Fuck. Grace. Grace.
Leon.
We need to get you out of here. Come on. Let's get you out.
Yeah, Salad. Well,
There's no way out.
I don't know. The thing is, like, I don't know. Capcom kind of fucked over New Game.
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side.
Like, it's really annoying that they're
I'm gonna sit right here.
New Game and New Game Plus are kind of like one and the same. The third gun slot upgrade.
I guess this is it then.
Leon S. Kennedy?
Depends who's asking.
Alpha, you read me, sir?
Doesn't the
Yeah,
level 3
let's see.
upgrade only... don't you only get that if you get all the raccoon collectibles, though, Salad?
Kennedy.
It's not like you're
I
forced
have a
to
message from
get
Captain
those
Redfield.
collectibles. Plenty of people will have gotten them naturally. I mean... yeah, I guess.
I'll be damned. Can't believe that antiviral actually worked. Feel better than I have in ages.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay.
We got a dose with your name on it. We'll be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
Would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
I mean, the thing is, though, Salad, like, if you bought the permanent upgrades for your character, are those allowed? Like the extra 50 blood and the extra points on Leon? Because it's like,
yeah, I'll call you back.
If that's not allowed, then it's kind of. I mean, I guess you have to elect to choose that buff, but.
Oh, this really was our last hope.
Oh, let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved Emily.
Grace, I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
Maybe we can save her.
Yeah, but like, I guess my point is, Salad, that if somebody chose the extra blood, they're gonna have to replay through the entire game the same way somebody who got the raccoon collectible, like, it's no different than getting the raccoon things.
Worldwide spread of bioorganic weapons. This illegal facility appears to have been in operation for decades.
Sources say that the extension of the lockdown and the recent series of mysterious deaths may
I don't
be
know.
related to
I hate
events
how
in
they set up
Raccoon
New
City
Game in this.
28 years
It
ago.
fucking pisses me off.
Evidence seized in Raccoon City has led the Justice Department to reopen its investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer story. Conspiracy theorists are already claiming that she was killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
Tonight, in a speech from the Oval Office,
It's annoying that you can't like turn the extra blood off, like a toggle on off. Same with like the tracker bracelet. Yeah, why did they make it so selling upgraded weapons is just the original price? They could have made it like RE4, because it's like you can't even try multiple weapons because of that. Or I mean, you not like in RE4 anyways.
Night steals away my sight. Screams I can't shut them out. What if I had reached out to you? I wouldn't have walked alone. Fighting the darkness, holding me, dragging me to the ground, facing the pain that's control.
Well, and then also like, is there gonna be a category for doing the final boss? Be trending only. Let's see. I already know that there's gonna be people posting runs though without the final boss, claiming world record. Then chat's gonna be like, dude, did you see the 203 run of fucking? You see the 203 run? Oh yeah. They didn't actually fight the final boss. It is what it is, though. It is kind of annoying to me, though, that the bad ending is like technically the fastest, because it's so lame. Yeah, I mean, the bad ending is like, it's like picking fucking Zoe in RE7.
And Sherry's okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad. Emily, yeah, she's doing great. I'm actually teaching her how to read.
Grace. Grace. Where's that report?
Sorry.
I mean, I plan on doing runs with the final boss. Because I feel like that's just more exciting to end the run on. Man, this is gonna be such a long run, though. So much fucking testing. Honestly, I feel like this is gonna be... I feel like this run is gonna be the hardest of all the, like, RE games. I could be wrong, though.
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
I don't know. The thing is, like, you can. It's just. I'm speaking like down the line, chat, because I think a lot of the current route. Well, okay, I don't know, Sal. Like, how well have you routed it? Like, is there like safe strats, or you just W king through everything? Because I mean, I feel like if you're trying to go. I feel like if you're trying to go as fast as possible, that's when things are gonna get kind of sketchy. when the run is gonna get like really RNG. I mean, there's some sections where you can surprisingly W key pretty easily. But there's also a lot of sections where it's... I don't know. I guess I'll have to just do more testing.